What's good, family? Happy Sunday, CME vibes. Oh, that's right. This is daytime crew. You guys didn't see the tree. Chat needed the tree, right? You're welcome, Venus. I'm good, Zion. Can't complain. Good, good, good. Get rid of this. Everything's freed at this point, guys. Wild West weekend trap here. Literally both sides are freed, and we haven't even closed CME yet. The first one was, but it just came in and put in a double bottom, so it's the same measured move. We haven't moved the measured move at all. And our first smaller W here that did get invalidated just got hit target anyways, so not that big a deal. Yeah, you guys know me. I'm always gonna bet on CME recovery. Going into CME. Once CME doesn't close, then I open up the idea for like an extended sort of wait. But if CME is about to, if CME is about to open, I'm always gonna err on the side of CME gap. It's a Bitcoin tree, bro. It's literally orange. Nah, I've got one more set of ornaments coming in that didn't come in yet. Big old fat Bitcoin bees. Alex, thanks for the sub, brother. Welcome. W sub. My sister, I should say. Alex works both ways. Just in case. Cover our bases. Take a look at the alts. Oh. I was gonna say the alts have fun with this too, but looking at dominance of spike, I would have to assume All's not bad. Hold on, let me go hourly on all of these. Alright, oh yeah. Soul made that move we were looking for. Right down to that range. Anybody catch it? We were talking about this shit all day yesterday. How beautiful that is. Bang, bang. Sui didn't. Sui didn't. Sui held its ground, doubled down, and pushed away. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Although it does bother me that we still have that gaping freaking gap underneath us, vector-wise. It's a little concerning. I'm not gonna hold you. That would be that vector there. But screw it. Break out. Hold. Push away. We took that top vector we were looking at. So let's see. Let's see if we were right about the rejection once we get up there. Dun, 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 link. Same, pretty much held its ground. Second high volume node still has a large gap underneath it, but it's putting in a nice bullish structure up here. Or trying to. Litecoin. Litecoin's holding its W. High def. High def. I don't go to sleep until the job is done, bro. While you guys are in your beds, comfortable, heads on pillow, drooling into your pillow, dreaming about Bitcoin and Ethereum, I'm doing research and grinding through all the boring shit so y'all don't have to. Jasmin. We'll look at ETH right now in a second. Jasmin looks weak, man. Of everything else, Jasmin's got a quadruple bottom, basically. This shit has either found support or, yeah. They're gonna get messy. Okay. 50 of the vector. Did we get that 50%? Pretty sure we did. Look at that. 50% of the vector to the pixel. Well, maybe not. Missed it slightly, but whatever. Very nice, very nice. So it looks like we might have saved ourselves that 28. These are green vectors on the way up, I'm sure. Yep. All right, let's take a look at where ETH CME gap is. At least on futures. 3023. Give me a second. Let me set this up because we're gonna have to watch both of ETH CME gaps here. Me close futures. And then where were we on? Actually, right in the same spot. Not bad. Right in the same spot. All right, let's clear this up a little bit. Let's move that because it's invalid. And then we should have done this earlier, but let's draw our weekend trap zone. You think Bitcoin had a tight trap? Look at freaking ETH. All right, so Bitcoin coming down to its CME should bring ETH down to its CME. What time is it? We still got over 3 hours though. I have no idea. We were looking at so much shit yesterday. What half of that shit is doing now. Nice. Good drop. Well, at least on a 12-hour. Excuse me. Yep. And it's flagging out for another drop. Nice. Good shit, Anon. Short eats. Yeah, that could get bad. That could come all the way back down to support if that breaks. It would be a full retest at that range. Yeah, I mean, technically the false move was triggered before the false move up. False move down was triggered before the false move up. But at a time like this where both get freed before CME, you've got to play it by ear. We're going to have to see how it plays after CME closes. Because this is some wild volatility. What's good, Maddie? Yeah, no complaints, no complaints. What's more bullish, Link or Avax? Oh, let's see. Link divided by Avax. I mean, it's trying, right? Still on a downtrend, right? Meaning Avax is still outperforming, but Link is trying to make a little push here. So if you wanted an easy answer to that, as long as we're underneath this line, Avax is still outperforming Link. We pop out, break out, then you know you have a breakout of Link against Avax. I mean, falling wedge would make for quite a breakout if it was to happen. Jeez Christ. Talk about volatility. Blue is link. Price action is Avax. So slowly starting to outperform. Right, we saw that tick up on Avax. I mean that tick up on link Avax. So that's that outperformance here off of the dip. Link is stronger. Ton isn't a scam. I mean, I don't know how well it's gonna do, but Telegram's got a massive ecosystem. It just hasn't done anything since that last gaming run. Right? Ton was killing it when everybody was playing all those tap games, Hamster Combat, and all that other shit. That's our target for CME close, Christian. I mean, for CME open, sorry. We could, yeah, we could pop again here. For sure. Remember, we still have over 3 hours until CME opens. Take a minute and look at how on point market makers algorithm has been all weekend. Right? Not only did we trap long, trap short, right? Textbook trap. Not only did we stay trapped for the longest, the intraday game that he plays with psychological low and daily open. Look at how our daily open came in right at CME close. And look at how our psychological ranges got pushed all the way to the top of the trap and to the bottom of the trap. Absolutely perfect. As far as what the hell he's thinking with these releasing both traps at once, no idea. That part we're going to have to play by ear. But he had this weekend on lock. Yeah, it's been a while since we've freed both trapped traders before CME. Nah, it's thanks to you, Mendy. You're the one that pressed the button. I can talk until I'm blue in the face, but y'all are the ones that gotta make the decisions and press the buttons. I appreciate that, Mendy.
What's going on, Dbloc?
Yo.
Your holiday's been all right to you?
Yeah, man. Getting a little bit in the holiday spirit. Put up some decorations yesterday and shit, and did all of that type of stuff. Made good use of that 24 hours of dead sideways we had.
Hey, did y'all get a little cold snap? We could go down there?
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice. Definitely gave the AC a break.
Dbloc, can I ask you something?
Yeah, what's up?
On this dip, spot wise, have you had it? Have you purchased anything for like the next go around?
Yeah.
Like next cycle?
Oh, what do you mean for the next cycle?
Like Bitcoin, have you bought any did you scoop up anything on spot on
Yeah.
these dips?
Yeah, yeah,
Say
yeah.
as far as like Bitcoin for like our next 4-year cycle, if we still play out like we have over the years.
Nah, this is just everything that I've bought is for the next 2 or 3 months sort of drain of
Okay, gotcha.
liquidity that we're looking at. Yeah, I haven't started filling up. Things are going to get significantly cheaper before the next.
For sure.
I'm just chilling. Right now, I'm concentrating on leaving this top of the market with as much dry powder as I possibly can so I can do as much damage at the bottom of the next. Like that's where my head's at.
Yeah.
Squeeze this orange for every little drop of juice it has and then out.
I hear you on that. Yeah, I've already started a little bit just because this is the play. I know this is the play now.
Mm-hmm.
I had that itchy feeling. I was like, I'm not worried about what this is going to do a couple months. I'm like, I already started in them low 80s.
Worst case scenario, bro, you got to wait 6 or 7 months and then we're back down to
Yeah,
the bottoms again. You know what I mean?
yeah. Had like a little itch that I wanted to
Mm-hmm.
kind of start. I was like, well, we're about 30-something% off all time high. I was like, it's not a bad place just to pick at it.
Limitless. Nah, I didn't see that. It was Grok. Why did they tease that so much just for it to be Grok? Oh, it's the new version. That's interesting. That's interesting. They were like, look, you made us look like shit during the last AI competition. You owe us.
They're kind of dirty, man. They wiped out the whole weekend. Wow.
Hbar doesn't look great, at least in comparison. Kind of similar to Jasmin in a way, right? It's got its quadruple bottom on support. Looks a tad bit weak. Remember when I said that we had that vector all the way down and the market maker had set all of those shorts? What I don't like is that we kept dropping after that. What I don't like. But yeah, I mean, it really does look like Jasmin.
Man. They come back to fill in that wick. Maybe not all of it, but
I don't know, this thing has a way to melt faces once it gets down to these areas. This was I mean, we're literally back into the accumulation that got us that 18x, 17x at the beginning of the run.
yeah.
Jasmine took my drop powder and just made it do backflips, bro, before the market had even started. But Hbar, I said these things are either at support or at the point where shit gets ugly, which is sketchy, but at least you know where to put your stop loss. Right? You don't want to play around anywhere underneath that, which means the closer to support you can buy, the safer your risk reward is. Right? You buy right down at this line, you can swing at it and risk 0.3%, 0.2%, and be good. Remember, it's not about if something plays out, it's how much do you risk to find out if it plays out. Right? How much are you willing to pay to find out if this is the bottom for Hbar? If you wait until it comes up to like this level and you feel a little safer, like let's say it comes back up here and you want to target the top of the range, the only place you can literally put your stop loss is underneath the bottom of these wicks. Right? And that's a shitty risk reward. But if you swing at the bottom of the range, tight stop, 0.01%, 0.01% is what you're paying to see if this plays out. Right? Stop worrying so much about if it wins, if it loses. Worry about what you're paying to see the outcome and keep that as small as possible. If you have high conviction, you think the coin's going to go up, you believe in it, it's got people, then you know eventually it's got to go up, right? But you got to protect yourself against the downside. Nah, it doesn't look great. Only thing it's got going for it is the ETF listing that it has. You want me to look at Hex? All right. Hey. I gotcha. Okay, guys, when you want me, give me the ticker because I don't know if you want me to look at Hex ETH, Hex. Like, this shit is always so confusing. Hex USD. Okay,
Hex.
see, you see why you gotta see why you gotta give me the ticker. He's like, nah, not that one. Hex WPLS F1 F4EE dot USD.
Yeah.
I got you, bro. Hold on.
HETS. Hex.
All right. Oh man, you sure we can't go back and look at the other one? The other one looked way better, bro.
Ouch.
All right, so you're back down to support, to original support, the launch price, basically. Yeesh. You want my honest opinion? Unless Richard Hart's gonna start selling Louis Vuitton bags and buying this shit, it's not going anywhere. And one thing I know about Richard Hart is that he has no intention on selling any of those Louis bags. But if you still want to play it, this is what you're looking for, right? You need to get back up over this support first and foremost, right? ASAP before the negativity of being under there starts to kick in. And then you need to get above this trend line. If that doesn't happen, you're just going to keep doing what you've been doing, bleeding out.
That doesn't even look like the right chart. Shouldn't it have like 3 zeros and a 9 down there? Is that the right one?
This is the one he wanted me to look at.
WPL. So that's like the Hex W on Pulse Chain. You guys see
Yeah,
Richard Hart? You
I
guys see what I
mean,
said? Richard did a whole nother donation thing. He did a whole nother sacrifice thing a couple of days ago.
I haven't
You
been
gotta be
paying
kidding
attention
me.
to that shit at all.
I thought I'd put like the link in the chat or something so people could see it. I was like, you gotta be kidding me, Richard.
Yeah, it's gonna need some help, Lee. It's gonna need some serious help, and I don't see it coming. Right, for this type of thing, just think of it like this, right? Who's gonna buy it? Institutions aren't buying X. You could take them off the list, right? Which means the only thing that you have left are retail, right? If retail's gonna come in and buy this shit, that means they need to come in and be euphoric. They're not here. There's no euphoria, right? Chances are they just come in at the very end to buy the tops, and they're gonna buy the tops on the coins that are on their exchanges that are easy to buy, right? Like, how do you bring retail in with 1 or 2 months left in the cycle and explain to them how to buy this? Chances are it's not going to happen. Right now is not the time, in my opinion, to be buying things that are at all-time lows. And because I mean, I know what people online are doing. What people online are doing is this, right? They're like, well, look, it's at all-time lows, and if we just get back up to where we were, I mean, that's an 11x. If we just get half of it, that's like a 7x. If your shit hasn't moved yet, with all the movement that we've had, with every alt going up 20-30% the other day, nobody wanted to buy this then. They're not going to want to buy it now, in my opinion. Just my opinion, not financial advice. I'm just a guy in a chair. Appreciate you, Mark.
I think that went over people's head that alts went up 20 to 30% just the other day.
Yeah. there was either people waiting in line to buy, or there wasn't. And it's really easy to tell. The ones that didn't, nobody bought it. The ones that did, there were people waiting. You know what I mean? So
I
like
mean,
normally we would want to go for lows, but right now you need to, in my opinion, you need to invest in relative strength. It already needs to be outperforming Bitcoin. It already needs to be outperforming Ethereum, or you might as well just sit in Bitcoin and Ethereum.
yeah, but I mean, you see like you said, who didn't buy. It's usually like I
Yeah.
noticed a couple that came into the comment or the YouTube chat going, "Hey, what's it like with those new lows you guys keep getting every week?" And I'm like thinking, did you just see the 30% pump on utility coins? Maybe it's not sustainable or whatever, but at least it happened. I mean, at least I think it happened.
People are just coping. And bears assume that everybody is underwater from the very top and never took profit, and it just, scrambling, hoping and praying that it could get back to all-time highs. Like, not everybody's in that situation, but a lot of people took profits and recompounded. These are all brand new trades for most people.
Yep.
I didn't hear about that business, but where do I sign up?
Is 6.5 billions as in plural? Like, is that more billions than a 6.5 billion? Dbloc's too old to get it. That's funny.
Oh, I'm getting my chunk of that 6.5. You tripping?
Dude, that reminds me of like what Switzerland's doing, trying to get people to come to their towns by paying them money, but they're like, you have to be 40 or younger.
So like what? Everybody's gonna get $260. I'm good, man. Y'all can have my share.
But there's 8 billion people in the world. Won't they all get a billion apiece? I can't believe there was a guy, a YouTube influencer, going on the street asking people that, and they didn't know that it was like what the unit scale was for billions versus millions.
Crypto screws you up when it comes to large numbers. We get so used to throwing around words like trillion and 500 billion. It means absolutely nothing in our heads at a certain
Oh, I
point.
know. Yeah. That's why it's an easy trap, right? It's really even smart people sometimes fall for it when you don't like you think too quick, you don't really think about it.
Uh, I'm not popping a baby out for $260, bro. They're gonna have to do a little better than that. Boss, appreciate you, brother. Yeah, it's a vibe. Might as well get the holiday seasons going early. I mean, am I tripping? I know I haven't had coffee yet, but is my math wrong? 6.5 bill divided by 25 mil, like $300 each. Shit, my kid gets 100K when he turns 18. It's gonna come with an invoice. 18 years worth of food, 18 years worth of housing, 18 years worth of light bill, 18 years worth of Jordans. Might end up owing me.
100K via what? Like inflation, crypto, money market fund?
$1,000 gonna buy them that PlayStation 17 by the time they get it. And they probably won't be able to get the good version. They'll have to get like the reduced version.
And Grand Theft Auto will still not be released.
Nah, soon though. The summer after they get the 100K, they should come out.
Right on.
100K right into Call of Duty bucks. Shovel it right into the game.
I think I was 28 when 5 came out, and I'm over 40 now.
Bro, we're still playing 5. People have been playing 5 forever. And it's still alive and well. Like, mostly in the roleplay servers and shit like that. But, yeah, it's crazy. GTA roleplay is hilarious, bro. They take that shit so seriously.
That stuff's funny though, man. I never thought watching videos of that would be funny, but it's some of the stuff is hilarious.
Nah, it's great.
I actually
Is
caught
that-
my ex years ago having a relationship with someone on GTA.
Oh, nah.
I swear.
Hell no.
We were together for almost a decade. I laugh now.
Well, that's you gotta laugh at that, dude. That's you go insane. Dude, that one where it's the East Indian guy, he's like a cop, and he's always racially profiling people as he's driving down the street.
There's this one hacker dude that I watches that goes into these that goes into these servers and spoofs their currency and just starts giving away millions of dollars to everybody on the street. like basically destroys the economy, like the in-game economy. But it's funny.
Damn.
It's funny as shit. Yeah, because I mean, you know, you've got to buy credits in these servers to buy shit. So when someone comes in, a hacker comes in, and let's say the market cap of the entire game is like 250 mil, and he's dropping $1 billion on people. Right, just completely like everybody can just go buy everything in the game and then not have to buy anything else. Some of these servers are predatory though. Like $100 to get in. You got to pay $100 to get in the server. Then you have to pay for an advanced ticket, right? Because there's a wait list to get in the server. So you might be waiting 3 or 4 hours for your turn to get in, unless you pay for an advanced flight, which is like another $100 to get put on the first list. And then the in-game currency that they have is 1 for 1 to the dollar. So like when something in-game costs $60, it costs $60. Crazy. Like some of the shit that they've got running is absolutely insane.
I mean, people were buying NFTs and not getting anything for it other than an ape. That's a drawing, so I could see that. At least they can participate in the game.
Yeah, it's all about like people get caught up with their life on there, and they start investing into that life as much as they do, like, or if not more, than they do in their regular life. Kind of wild. Second Life was like that, man. Second Life was the beginning of all of this shit.
That is not healthy. But I think all of us do something in our lives that it's not healthy for us. Whatever, each is their own. As long as they're enjoying themselves, I guess.
This bull flag was to play out, you'd be looking at like 92. I don't have a lot of faith in it right now at all. I'm just drawing it because the channel's there, but
I mean, it looks like it broke out of the channel and came back and tested it, right?
trying to. But 92.3 is what we'd be looking at. See if it went too long, you can go to your... I don't do this often, but it's worth covering, I guess. Go to your Fibonacci time. Where is it? Go to your Fibonacci time zones and you take it from the start of the flag to where the flagpole ends. And typically 2 times is how long it could be. Right? The strongest ones will happen within the first time sector, meaning the same length of the flag for the pole. After the second, you tend to invalidate them because they get too long. A little cheat code. Yeah, I saw that. I saw the one where he was in a T Grizzly shit. He's funny as hell, bro. He'd be like, "You need some money?" He's like, "If you twerk for me, I'll give you 10 million. And then, you know, the guys in all these GTA servers are all internet thugs, so they're all gangster and shit, right? They're like, I'm not gonna twerk, bro. You got me messed up. And then somebody else comes and does it. He gives him like 25 mil, and he's like, bro, you still need me to twerk for you? Can we like go to the alley or something? He's like, nah, you're gonna have to do it right here. Like, oh man. All right. You see him start shaking his ass. Like, damn, everybody's got a price, huh? Okay. Like, bro, my girl's right there. I can't do that. Like, bro, I'm giving you 25 mil. You can get another girl. Shit looks like it wants to roll over. Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't have a lot of faith in this bull flag. Little crackling fire. Can y'all hear the crackle? All right. Sample, what's going on, brother? It's not horrible. I just don't like the vibe of it. But I mean, we see this often, right? A bear flag will come down, or a bull flag will come down until it finds an area of prior horizontal support, and then that'll be what ends up pushing you out of the flag, right? I just don't like this. Should have popped. I don't like this little lazy tail that they got on it. Yeah, sample. What we should be is into our relief recovery already, into like the beginning stage of our relief recovery. We ended up closing like what, a fourth week underneath the damn 50, which is tragic. But I'll show you right now where we're standing. Right. So as far as the 4-year cycle goes, right, we hit our end or our take profit. But that excess liquidity in the market is still there. So we're in a pretty interesting position where the dead cat bounce that we should be getting the relief rally does have the possibility of going higher. Right? Like I said, because of the liquidity that's still floating around. So for that, we're playing this really carefully, right? We do have that bear flag, still need to break out of it, which means we need to get above 94.9, 95. Anywhere inside of this range from 73 to 104, I'm looking at any pump we have as a rescue ship, right? Meaning I'm pulling profit, putting it into dry powder for the possibility of a lower drop, right? But building positions for that dead cat bounce. My targets for the dead cat bounce are 98 or 104 to 108. That's if it's going to be a dead cat, right? So if it's just a relief rally, 98 and then continue, or 104, 108 and continue. If we can get above here, then we save the cat. And we can start looking at rocket ship possibilities of getting above all-time high. But until we do that, I'm not even letting myself entertain that thought, right? For right now, we're just getting as much dry powder as we can for this next move up and paying attention to those tops for weakness. But we're still in the setup mode, right? Like if we go to the 4 hour, well, remember how I always say slow breaking W's create bear flags, right? So this W pattern that we have here, which is the start, like I said, just the start of a relief rally. Broke too slowly and has created a bearish channel. Right, so these are the two. This is our bulls versus bears right here. Right, we pop out of this W, we're well on to our relief, which should be our relief rally. If we fall out, then we got a really, really shitty low relief rally at 94. Those are our two current options. My base case is that we make it above 98 at the very least. And this W, if it breaks out, will give us that retest of the 104, 108 support. Right? For those that have been here for a while, that is red path, yellow path, green path, right? We go back to our paths. Right? We remember this red path, yellow path, green path. We are on red path until we can get above 104.8. I'm sorry, not 104.8, 98. That's where the 50 EMA is. So if we can get back above the 58 MA at 98, then we open the possibility for yellow path to get us back above and push. But we can't get ahead of it, right? Makes no sense to get out of it. If it's gonna happen, we'll see it happen. Right now, you play into this, or I play into this relief rally, and if it keeps going, good. I'm already in. What I'm not going to do is not play the relief rally, get married to the idea that it is just a relief rally, and then have it do some shit like that, right? Because then you end up chasing. And what happens right when you chase? Meow. So we're trying to avoid that. That's why we're buying bottoms.
What was that again? Brown.
Meow. That'll be the last gasp of our not yet dead cat.
Yeah, what would you do? Like, can you even put sounds on your chart when it does things? I don't even know if that's a thing, is it?
You could have a soundboard and do it manually, but
God, that'd be hilarious though if it really did it like on the chart when you're away and it's just doing its thing on like the 1 minute, and it detects a dead cat bounce and goes to
you guys,
violent screaming sound.
you guys know I'm a cat lover, so my plan and our job as bulls, if you are bullish, is to save the cat. Cat's waiting to be saved. And if we manage to get above that, then everybody get a big kitty hug.
Nice. Yeah, I love cats.
If not, it's all your fault. That cat catches a bad one, that's just something that you're gonna have to live with. Hashtag save the cat. No pressure, you know? My pit bull was my cat's bitch, bro. It was the funniest shit ever. Big, massive, gnarly pit bull used to turn into a puppy when that cat came in.
I have no idea what that's like. My German Shepherds have serious anxiety when the cats come downstairs. They get all jealous and upset and start whining.
I think if your dogs, well, at least in my experience, if the dogs are around the cats when they're kittens, I think something clicks in animals that lets them know that this is a child, this is a kitten, like this is, you know what I mean? Like this is a baby. And then they grow up different with them. They're like really gentle, at least mine were. And like this pit bull was not a gentle pit bull at all.
No, I mean, my dogs
Normally.
won't hurt them, but they just get whiny and they like try to chase them around. Is just, and then when they do catch up with the cat, they just stand there and don't do anything to the cat, but just,
Yeah.
play alpha or whatever. They don't hurt the cats. It's constant. It's like Tom and Jerry or something. It's like watch Tom and Jerry as a kid, and like Tom never really did hurt Jerry. He always wanted to, but he never, when he finally got him, he never really did anything to him.
Cats can move faster than dogs can anticipate, and I think that freaks them out.
I have anti-cat friends who are like, hey man, the only reason why they don't eat you is because they're too small. If they were bigger, they would eat you. I'm like,
I mean,
I have
that's
no
that.
idea.
There is something to that, though. Cats figure out who the pack leader is early. I think the problem that some
Especially if
people
you,
have is that they can't convince their cat that they're the pack leader, so the cat just does whatever the hell they want.
I feel like some of these older people, they die by themselves at home and they have cats, and after day 3, I think it is, the cats start eating your face in your head.
What?
Yeah. Anytime somebody has passed away and like they're by themselves, there's nobody there and they have cats, every time they go in and because they get calls from the family to do a check or something like that, cats have already gnawed your face off and eaten your head. Yeah. Happens all the time. It's spooky as shit. It's true.
Life goes
I
on,
can
man.
confirm that.
Mhm. Hopefully not from experience.
Yeah, that would be really weird. You saw the light and you came back and face spit on.
Hey, put it this way: if you're not really dead, at least it'll wake you up. What are you doing? get. I just took a Xanax last night. Get off of my face.
Dude, I mean, there are some people that sleep like that though. They sleep where like really low heartbeat and they don't move, and you could like literally like stand on them and they still won't wake up.
Yeah, it's just hungry at the end of the day, right? I mean, it's not like the cat hates you and it can't wait for you to die so it can eat your face. It's, oh, I'm trapped in the house. This one's apparently not moving and giving me food anymore. Strong will to survive. We can't call it just yet, RH. We freed both longs and shorts. We freed shorts first. So technically, should be a false move down 3-day up. But this move to free the trap longs throws a bit of a wrench into our little cycle.
Hello,
Bro,
everybody.
I've seen dogs try to eat people while they're still alive. Okay? But like, let's not compare. What's going
Oh
on,
my god.
CC?
Zeus, you're alive.
Of course I'm alive, surviving the markets.
The French
Because
banks
he
are
doesn't have
selling.
cats.
The French banks are selling crypto now.
Really?
Yeah, we just got the story. It's funny because when the story came across yesterday, I was like, oh, I wonder what Zeus thinks about that. You gonna let the bank hold your Bitcoin?
No.
I keep forgetting that everybody on Discord isn't on YouTube. Look, y'all, if y'all haven't seen the tree yet, Crypto Cypher Christmas tree.
Wow. That's cool.
I'm still waiting for my Bitcoin ornaments. Got these big orange Bitcoin ornaments, and then the tree will be done.
Is that fake or real?
It's real.
I'm gonna smell good in there.
It does. It's very strong.
It's funny because cameras can be so deceptive as far as depth, and you could have literally like superimposed a AI Christmas
Bro,
tree there. No one
yesterday
would
was
ever know.
hilarious. Last night when I came on was funny as shit. I was trolling because they were like, "Oh, it looks like a good tree." Da da da. I was like, "It's AI," and then they were like, "Wait, is it really AI?" I'm like, "Nah, it's real." They're like, "Nah, wait a minute. Now we don't know." Because
Exactly.
you put that shit up pretty quick. Now we don't know. Yo, I literally had to reach over and jiggle the tree's balls, pause, for people to believe it was real because I had been trolling so hard about it. Bro, if you've got cats, then I don't even need to tell you. When you put Christmas tree up and you put ornaments, you gotta give them a little jiggle. You gotta make sure that they're at least cat proof.
So, hey, 75 first or 98K first?
98.
98.
98 and quite possibly 75 right after.
Yeah, it's more bearish to get 98 first, right? No, it's
If we
funny
get
because
98 and we break the bottoms, if we get 98, we break the bottoms. It's over. That's our dead cat bounce. My dead cat bounce targets are from 98 to 108. Anything above that, we're not in dead cat territory anymore, and it's starting to look like we might have something sustainable that can attack all-time highs. But anything underneath 108 weekly closes, rescue ship, my opinion.
yeah, unfortunately, I agree with you.
To be
Because
safe, right? It's the only real risk-adjusted way you can look at it.
Yeah, sell 92, sell 93, sell 91.
You've taken some
And
profit,
then
right, Lucy?
buy, not really. A little bit here and there, but not really.
I was hoping you would say yes.
But that's not, I mean, 93, 300, there's a bit of an ABC there, upward. So that could have been a take profit, but I need an uptrend to take profit, and we are in an uptrend since that 80k drop, right?
Oh,
So
no, I'm sorry. I meant before we dropped. I meant last time we hit ATH or soon after. My bad.
I did actually, but I went back in, and then yeah, well, didn't end up
Well, at least you
good.
took profit, bro. Proud of you.
Sample, there's nothing wrong with that, bro. There's nothing wrong with deciding you don't want to play the last little ride of this and keep the stables that you have safe. Especially if you were here early, right? You've been here for a while. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. In my opinion, as far as the 4-year cycle goes, if that was your play, then you should be in profits right now. This excess liquidity that's left, this dead cat bounce that could turn into an all-time high, in my opinion, this is a completely different trade. I disconnect that completely from the prior.
Do I have someone muted? Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to someone in YouTube chat.
Oh, okay. My bad.
They were asking what I think of people that are in stables for now.
Gotcha. I mean, I'm partly in stables actually.
That's a good place to be, bro. Honestly, just have it because you have options. You know what I mean?
Like I'm 2/3 in stable. Yeah.
It's really funny because when price is in an uptrend, it loves to put a lower low before rising significantly, right? When you look at the corrections, they all end up in a lower low before rising, right? And then when you look at downtrends, like last bear market, you never put a lower low, you always put a higher low. And then you fail, and ultimately you do put a much lower low. But it's like, I guess it makes sense, right? Because the idea is to get rid of shorts during a downtrend and get rid of longs during an uptrend, right? So that's why putting a lower low here would be more bullish, because it would be a sign that well, the idea is to get rid of longs, not of shorts, right? And if you get rid of longs, well, maybe we could go to new all-time highs, right? So I think if we hit any lower low below 80k first, then it's crazy, but it's actually more likely to put a new all-time high than if you don't.
Not in my
If you
opinion.
do,
Because look, that gives us just one more check on our checklist. Right? Then you're breaking structure. You can't go too far. I mean, how far underneath 80 do you want to go?
$1 is enough. Any
Oh,
lower low
okay,
to
okay. Because I was gonna say, because
yeah,
like
just
76
to
breaks
start.
structure and it's a wrap after that. So you can't go too far down. Bro, it is crazy how this price action has made the look on 50's face just seem different, just more judgmental. Like I feel like he's disappointed. Look, just stay there and be quiet, bro. You got enough shit going on right now. We'll be up there to get you maybe if things work out. It's given like it's given disappointment. I'm already in sample. Been building positions from the 80s hit. As far as alt, so this is really all I'm holding. Jasmin, Sui, LTC, Link, Soul, ETH. Playing it really safe. That might
Notice
not
alts
even
put
sound safe for some people, but
a lot of alts put low lows there.
yeah. They had a really
So
good day the other day. 20-30% across the board off of those reactions. Put in a nice
they're
bubble,
actually
so when they retraced, they didn't take out the lows. It was pretty nice. Let's see if that supply is still there. That's a good question because that supply was pretty old. What price point was that? 927.
I'm actually kind of shocked that Link is holding right here. This is kind of
927.
nuts.
Nah, all of that is gone. 944 has 900. That's it. Move that up. Whatever happened to that after RLS? Yeah, it was a nice little trade. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Nice trade and great TPs. Great TPs, apparently. With these type of things, like when we're just playing volume, like they don't always sustain. Sometimes it's literally just that trade and then it goes to shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, on to the next one. That's why I say when I'm done with them, I just delete them. I don't even worry about coming back to the chart. I was just curious. Because these aren't like high conviction trades, right? It's just liquidity math. What was that other sketchy shit we were looking at last night that we couldn't find the contract address for? I wonder if they rugged that shit already. UCN, that's what it was. This shit is still grinding. Zusi is still there.
yeah.
Look at this
Looking
chart.
at the launch pool, there's a new coin that's named Stable, and I don't get the point of trading it.
Look at this chart, Zusi.
Oh, interesting.
On the daily, it looks more ridiculous.
And then straight down, or how does this end?
That's what I'm saying. So apparent, these are usually honeypots, right? Where you can buy, but only certain people can sell, and all you can do is buy, and your money gets trapped. But apparently, this shit is trading on MEXC, and Wooney said that he was actually able to take profit, but this is just the most ridiculous chart ever. We couldn't find a contract address for it, so we couldn't check bubble maps.
What's the volatility there? It's from 1,000 to 1,600? 60% up?
Yeah. Just weird. Since last night. And it's got these really artificial resistances. All right, it just keeps putting in these like fake tops. This was today's price action. Just weird. But yeah, percentage wise, it's not. It's like 30. It's like, yeah, like 0.3% or less ranges. I'm not touching it. I just was curious. And I got even more curious when it became so difficult to find the actual contract address on it. But hey, who
That's gonna
knows?
end up bad.
Maybe it's the infinite money glitch and we all miss out, but I'm okay with that. Okay. Just for people who haven't seen honeypots before, like, this is what the chart looks like when everybody can buy, but only a certain amount of people can sell. Right? This is what it looks like when you have whitelisted and blacklisted wallets. Because human nature doesn't do this. Where's the greed? Right? Think of it logically. If a price was naturally doing this, where's the person that's throwing in $10 million to take advantage and giving the spikes up? Where are the people that are taking profits? Where is the cascading effect of somebody taking profits and somebody else taking profits and somebody else taking profits? Right? The fear psychology. You don't see any of that. You see individuals taking profit and then continue buys until another individual takes profit and then continue buys. It's some bullshit. We went on it and it was like some utility, but it's all buzzwords and shit. It seems like vaporware. Yeah, that shit is horrible, Al. That was like the other day when Mr. Beast announced that project or whatever, and then the trenches just started putting out fake Mr. Beast coins. We watched like 6 of those shits rug in real time. Like on purpose. I literally went to Deck Screener to see the rugs. Right? To like show people like look how ridiculous this is. We freed the longs and we freed the shorts, crazy. If we want to be technical, the false move would still be down. Right? Because the shorts got freed first. But it can get sketchy on these sort of setups. Right? So I tend to like to see what happens after CME closes. For the most part, the direction that it takes after CME closes. Now, false move down would mean a 3-day up. False move up would mean a 3-day down. So we freed the shorts first. Right? This would have signaled our false move down. Let's look at last weekend, right? It's really similar to what happened last weekend, except exaggerated. So last weekend we came down and we freed the trap shorts. And then we came up above the trap. But our trap longs were so high up here, right, that we didn't free them and then do it. Right? It's just a deviation out of the top of the range to clear some of this vector. And then we had our false move down, which ended on Monday. We know it's a false move because the move will be done on Monday. And then we had our 3-day up. Our midweek reversal on Thursday. Right back into our traps. Right, but this weekend we freed trap short and then we came all the way up and freed trap longs. Now, it was a squeeze, right? You see the short squeeze there. So that could answer it. But like we were saying during the weekend trap, when we were looking at, oh, it's not there now. But when we were looking at the liquidation chart, right, we were saying chances are they take both. And chances are they sweep both. So this was a very aggressive liquidity sweep to both sides. Right, market maker traps longs and trap shorts at the beginning of the weekend. Right, that means all of the degen money is trapped. They're either long, short, waiting for it to play out. As it gets inside the weekend trap, and you start moving into the week, people start to long the bottom of it. Right, every time price comes down and holds, more people long. Every time price comes up to the top and holds, more people short. Right? This is liquidity farming. And at the beginning of the week, you get your liquidity harvesting. Sweep. Sweep. Bing, bang, boom. Come down to CME. Back to where you started. Except you took everybody's cash on both sides. Now, the fact that it went up so high, right? Like I said, could be a factor of how much liquidity was there. Or it really could just mean that we're bullish. You know what I mean? Remember, market makers only in control as long as liquidity is needed. Right? If we start getting more influx then it could get away from them. And if we look at our stables, so these are the stable inflows coming from institutions and banks into crypto. You guys remember this chart? Hold on. Let me take the volume off. So institutions into crypto money flow, right? Bank deposits coming into stables, stables going back to the bank, bank coming back to the stables. Look at our last inflow. This is brand new fiat coming back from the banks into stables. This is doing nothing but backing up my liquidity thesis.
Yeah, but those tables might be used to short Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, they could be. Point is that it's there, right? If they weren't there, then the options of what could possibly happen would be less. But we're almost double where we were when we topped at 126. We brought in 5.8 billion since November 20th. So, like I said, this doesn't necessarily mean something's going to happen, but this has to happen in order for there to even be a chance of putting in all-time highs or a significant, relief rally. Yeah, it's clogged up. It's all clogged up. Remember, the government shut down for 40 days. And when they start back up and they open the faucets, it's not automatic. There's people still getting their back pay right now. What's going on, Sif?
I think we get new all-time highs this week on Legacy.
Oh, that's possible. Not gonna lie.
It came so close on Friday.
I mean,
I
we're
mean, there's only
there. Like,
there's only this structure left, and then you're in price discovery.
the top of the range, the top of our visible range is at 693. So, like, any deviation from the top of that range would give us a new ATH on
It could happen
ES.
tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
If you get a false green Monday, you'll be in price discovery.
Yeah. We
Half
came
a
up
percent.
through both of those vectors, and we were waiting to see if we were going to hold support at this SR flip. Came and took both of those vectors, which made this move a breakout instead of a deviation. But yeah, up above is just air and opportunity.
People still won't buy crypto even if we get price discovery next week on SPY, right? But they might once we backtest the breakout. Yeah, that could be the time to. Well, it's probably gonna line up with the Fed meeting and all. Yeah. But Powell has to stop the bubble, right? So for me, he can only be. I mean, he needs to be a bit bearish here. We're pumping into Fed meeting, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's never good. He needs to be bearish for the top 7 stocks, but bullish for the smaller companies. So
Yo, 50% on NQ is nothing to sneeze at.
Nasdaq is crazy.
Since we were first looking at that, like this was a tariff scare. Like I remember when we were mapping out this dip.
It's up 60% since
Yeah.
tariff scare.
This was the tariff scare. This is when we had our green path, yellow path, red path. Never broke green path, just up and to the right.
It outperformed Bitcoin there in percentage.
Yeah. Sure did. Nvidia hit its measured move and then pooped the bed on us. But we got that breakout. We got the measured move. Actually wicked or bodied right to our measured move. And now it's broken
Tesla,
trend and retested.
Tesla is very close to all-time highs too.
I don't know. Could the fun in the sun be done for Nvidia? Really, I mean, it could have led the pack for that last all-time high. You know what I mean? I think it's got another one in it, though.
Sideways, it'll go sideways a bit.
Yeah, we are at resistance currently. So this was our range that we were in right before we dropped. So if you draw your support underneath, right, this is that flip that we're attempting now. Like, can we flip that prior support back into support, right? Or will the bears step in? In my opinion, we're coming down the CME close anyways. Right, CME is about to open soon. And you got vectors behind. Algos are going to be set to push us down. So this is a decent spot. I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, a local top, yeah. Because, like I said, I think ES goes. I think NQ goes. Everything else will basically get that top that NVIDIA did. And then we'll have to sort of correct. And then we'll be in the same situation that we're in right now with crypto, where we're like, could that have been the top? There could be one more. There's enough liquidity. Maybe it'll take another high. Like, that's what people will be feeling over there, I think, in my opinion. It'll be that same sort of fight between bulls and bears that think it's over and the ones that think that there's still another run. Well, we're at like 86%, right? Which lets you know about 86% of people have priced in. Yeah, we're still at 86. It's better than 99. Right? Those rate cuts that we get where it's at 99%, they do absolutely nothing. All right, so fix this. If we break that support there, that dotted line, I think we're just going to sweep. But like I said, algos are going to be set to get us back to CME here. So it's going to take some aggressive buyers to come across the tape to push that. My advice to the Fed would be completely different if I wasn't invested. But our bags are at stake, so sometimes you root for them to do the irresponsible thing, you know?
Hey, in the end, the dollar index couldn't reclaim 100. It did a double top there on the daily, and it is coming down. That's a good sign for end of year.
Yeah, we needed that.
So now if it puts a low below 96, I guess that could be our escape boat. Total is back above 3 trillion, so we're back above 2021 all-time high. Well, that invalidates a multi-year bearish setup.
A lot of that has to do with that money that came in from Stables too. That $5 billion.
Oh, you
probably
mean it's
didn't.
going to stables, not to crypto?
Well, it's both,
yeah.
but we did have a lot come into Stables too. So
The thing is, the structure there is not a bull market. It's both previous bull markets. Yeah, like when you drop below the previous all-time high of last cycle, well, you're looking at correcting both cycles, not just one.
yeah, I do craze, and I exclude total from Stables. That's what this is. This is total minus total ES. Right, so this is basically every stable isolated from total. Bullish.
You end up with only stables, right? On that chart.
Yeah.
Oh. So, what's this new coin that's called stable?
Who was? Did you bring that up, or did somebody else bring that up earlier?
It's on Bybit Launch Pool, so.
It might have been you. You might have. I was just
Yeah,
gonna say
probably.
somebody was just talking about that. I don't know. Maybe it's like reverse psychology. Maybe they got tired of telling people it's gonna moon. They're like, if we just tell them it's stable, maybe they'll.
I don't do like all of these alts, but. You think it could have a psychological impact? Just the fact that it's named stable might make people dump it less after the launch?
People are weird.
Look, you scroll through your alts and you see something named stable. Yeah, you might actually not dump it. But yeah, that's the state of the crypto market. In December 2025, we create coins named stable. It's better than 24, right? Where we had fart coin and stuff like that. Well, you have any thoughts on which sector could do good, for the end of year?
I mean, I'm keeping it pretty simple, man. Like, I feel like price go up is what will bring retail back, if they're gonna come back at all. But price go up is only gonna go up with institutional money. So if institutions don't have the ability to buy it or speculate on it, I don't want to hold it right now.
So
If
ETF
there's
coins.
yeah, if they're successful and they manage to make price go up and retail comes back, then I'll rotate into some more sort of speculative shit. But like, what's the point of holding any of these coins if they can't buy it? I just don't think we're gonna get that big of an influx. There's no euphoria. What's gonna make them come? Right? The euphoria is what brings them like moths to a flame. But they're not gonna come in if there's, So a bit of a safer play for me. And then I'll keep my eyes open for anything that's moving narrative wise, right? Like, there's always one coin that's gonna be doing something stupid.
We should already see it. Bitcoin has been going up since 80,000, right? So what's
Zach was still running. What's the other one? Pippin.
Oh, Zcash. Oh,
Yeah, Pippin was running recently. Yeah, look at Zach. XMR is like XMR didn't have the explosive sort of move that Zach did, but XMR has been really impressive in its grind up. Like, honestly, since April. Right? Even when it got beat up, it never came off of this parabolic curve. But it was happening so gradually that I think a lot of people, including me, didn't pay attention to it. Right? Look at how nice that parabola is.
Mm.
And then if you put Zcash on top of that, you'll see why Zcash obviously got all the love, but right, it basically caught up with Monero in one push. So in retrospect, and this sucks because nobody wants to hear retrospect shit because it's just not helping you at all right now. But in retrospect, seeing the catch-up trade between Zcash and XMR, if you were playing privacy before the narrative really got exciting right here, it would have been a good sign to get into Zcash. You see how there was a real right here, XMR went, Zcash didn't, and there was a while there was a catch-up trade there, because typically they kind of ride in sync, right? And whenever there is a sort of deviation, there's a catch-up. So in retrospect, you could have got a heads up on that Zcash play if you had been trading XMR and comparing both of them. But, it's easy to go back and do that. Doing it in real time is where the money's at, right? Very interesting, though. Yeah, there's just not a lot of places, Craze. Yeah. No, nah. You would have to come from an uptrend. Right, price would have had to be a cup and handle. Price would have had to come from here and done that. It's possible, yeah. It's possible that it does it on another chart. 1000% correct about that. Yep, there you go. That makes all the difference. How low did that handle come down? Yeah, it looks decent. Looks decent. You're in price discovery, so honestly, the only thing you could do is drop some spider lines. I'm gonna do this very sporadically. I'm not gonna sit there and do every single one of them right now. Just wanna see. Bear with me for a second, guys. I'm curious about something and it's gonna drive me crazy if I don't just do it. That's 3618. It could keep going, man. I honestly wouldn't go too crazy. I'd be looking if it does pop at like 4618, just because we're late cycle, late cycle, like post cycle, I can say. Yeah, kind of come down for CME, my opinion. Sweep it is sweep. Breaks this 50, that channels hooked. And we come down psychological high, psychological low, daily open, CME gap. I'm starving, man. I've been putting it off too crazy. I'm hungry as shit. Dewey looks like it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Soul. Couldn't get over that high volume node. Probably gonna fall back through its gaps. Link. Expect the recovery. ETH CME is at 3,000 basically. 3,025. Coming back down through its gap. Big vector gap, big volume gap. Pretty sure you've got some liquidation sitting in there too. That's the VRVP, Michael. The visible range volume profile. Hard hit off of that high volume node. Right? About to come into some weakness now. This will bring the alts down with it. There goes Bitcoin. We can get rid of this. All right, man. GG's. Pretty good. We walked that shit down. Hour and a half till CME closes. Target is still the same. Let's make it yellow so it stands out more.
Oh, the weekly is green now. That's an odd weekly candle.
The start of what could be a beautiful thing. Yeah, go to your rows. Go to your row size and put it anything above 200. I don't know what sort of information they expect for you to get out of it the way that they have it set, but that shit is useless. And then change your colors and all that, you know, whatever doesn't drive you crazy to look at. I think they'll make a push for it, Gecko. I think algos will make a push to get price down to 89.2 before 6 o'clock.
And then straight back up to close the weekly green, or we want a red weekly?
I don't know. It's really weird, but we've got a false move down signaled, right? But we also freed the trap longs immediately. Like we freed trap shorts, and then we went right up and freed trap longs, and we cleared the liquidity on both sides. So for me, it's going to be interesting to see what market maker does when they come on duty at 8, and what the algo does once CME is closed.
You know, the daily volume is pretty low. Well, it's Sunday, normal.
Yeah.
So I think all that happened is someone dumped 500 Bitcoin and then, well, it backfired because less people bought, but price went higher.
I think what happened is that the longs, I'm sorry, the shorts got so thick that the squeeze sort of was inevitable. Like as soon as it started squeezing, it just went. So I don't know how much of that move to free the trap longs was intentional or just like the consequence of that squeeze itself.
I think, overall nice reaction at a lower low there. We put a tiny lower low, touching golden pocket of the last up move.
Yeah.
That 83 to 93 push up. Well, it gave back 63% of that up move. And then, since then, we have a nice reaction up. Now, locally, it's getting rejected, coming back down a bit, but that's like on the 5-minute, right? If this all ends up in just coming back down to CME, finding support, and then pumping for the weekly close,
Fine.
I think resistance is more like 93. We haven't really touched it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think, that's the question, right? It's 93, especially with markets continuing to push up. Maybe Bitcoin can recover a bit more than what it currently already recovered from 80K. Like, it's very minuscule, right, compared to the down move.
Yeah.
We haven't even reached 50% of the whole down move, so, well, it's still very weak. 100K would be 50%, right? Then you have golden at around 106, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, golden is at 106. And, well, yeah, that's not going to be easy to do, but that's where golden pocket is currently. It's at 106.
Andrew, thanks for the sub. Welcome. Bow, 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 bow. Khaled, you'll see it open. I mean, you'll see it close before open often, but there's no. It could close after. It can close a week after, right? Time makes it, in my opinion, proximity and time. So if there's still an hour and we're close, the algos will make a push, right? If we had 20 minutes left and price was at 95, you wouldn't see a massive, drop all the way down to CME. So proximity and time sort of affect how strong the magnetism for CME is. But CME gaps closing in general 80 to 85% of the time. But to your question, it doesn't have to happen before CME opens, right? It can happen after.
There's no gap if we close it. Well, if we.
Yeah. Technically, you didn't even close a gap if you did it before. You just got back to open, or you just got back to close, I should say. What's going on, Andy? Yeah, that's what I was saying, G3. Sweat both sides. We're going to have to see how they cook. Asian session should give me a little clue on what's more probable here. Yeah, part of their job is to make sure that there is no gap. Right, bringing balance to the order books, a very large part of what they do. That's why all the effort, right? You can see the effort, right? Market makers trap longs, trap shorts, just to make it easier for the algo to keep price at CME for the weekend. Right, their motivation is to make sure that there's no gap. And it's an incentivized motivation, right? There's a check behind it. Grab liquidity. Nah, they got to get paid. They're still grabbing. Like, we swept liquidity to both sides. Remember, trap long and trap shorts takes the major traders out of the market for the weekend, right? It traps them into their margin. And then price goes sideways. These guys are hoping price comes back up to them and they'll take profit or they'll get out. These guys are hoping price comes back down so that they can be in profit, but they're not trading, they're in trades. The longer we go sideways, the more that these start to add up, right? So it's liquidity farming. And then sweep, close CME. That is a successful market maker weekend. Remember, market maker only has control when liquidity is needed. They provide liquidity, right? When we have an excess of liquidity, when things are parabolic, the reasons that they go parabolic, the reason that they go parabolic is because market maker lost control. Right? If it was up to market maker, we wouldn't have parabolic moves. Right? Everything would come back to the mean, would revert to the mean, which is why mean reversion trading is, so successful, because 90% of the time market makers controlling price. It's that 10% that we overwhelm, push, go parabolic that everybody sort of looks forward to, but let me take these dead bodies off of the chart. Rest in peace. All right, cleared that up. This is what we got left to play with. Welcome if you're new. We're here all day, every day. Tap that like button, subscribe. Nice, good play, Venus. Yeah, that's my favorite trade. I mean, technically, my favorite trade is being underneath CME. Big liquidity sweep underneath CME and trading up into CME as Asian session is starting. But yeah, for the same reasons, big magnet.
It happened, but it played out already, right? A good thing is Bitcoin is still green. Like this weekend didn't end up in a 10% down move like the previous weekends have. If that same panic kicked in today, but well, it got stopped, right? while the previous weekends we've seen Bitcoin drop like 5-6% easily. So maybe something is changing a bit here. Our price is stabilizing.
All right, that's coming down. Our alt's following. So ETH is coming down through its gap. Sol, same, right? We looked at our high volume nodes. We looked at our gaps. We said these things move fast through the gaps. If Sol can hold this high volume node between like 132, 133, then we can keep this range. If not, it's going to fall through this gap down to 127. Come down to our original target. This vector gap has already been filled, but we left pretty large vectors on the way up, right? And unfortunately, that vector is sitting right inside of a high volume, inside of a low volume gap. So that's like a 1-2 punch. Basically, you need that to hold, is what I'm saying. 133, that high volume node needs to hold. If not, you're going to come down into the 127s on Sol. So we already hit that resistance. We were looking for it to come back to at least 157. Somewhere around the bottom of its gap. Let me put this on the hourly. Hold on. You see it clearer here. So that's the gap that we're dealing with, and this entire flag is a vector. Basically the same across everything. ETH. Right, same deal on ETH. It's about to break down through its gap now. So this vector. If 3036-ish can hold, then maybe we don't need to take it all. But if we lose that high volume node, we can sweep the rest of those vectors. Remember, when things are bullish, we tend to only take 50%, right? So if we take this entire vector gap,
But in the end, I think as long as Bitcoin only closes its CME gap, alts should be fine, no? But if it continues to put a complete lower low, then people will probably sell their alts.
look at where the 50% mark is for the vector. It's sitting right on CME, right? So basically, ETH closing its CME gap. You got a vector gap inside of a volume gap with a CME gap underneath it, or a CME close underneath it that needs to be hit. Basically, everything's doing the same thing.
Dominance is going down where the Bitcoin dumps or pumps, so...
But this is what we've been looking for. Unless everybody's already in the positions they want to be in, then you could be upset at this type of shit. But For me, this gives me the opportunity to deploy some more funds.
But yeah, it was nice volatility to trade, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
normally weekends are just sideways, and honestly, it was a bit dumb to dump 3% for I don't know what reason there to go touch golden pocket, but you know, gave an opportunity to go long, and well,
That's
that was like a 5% up move in just a few hours. And then, yeah, you just had a bit
that.
of a short opportunity too. And
That's why I was saying that inside of this range, right, between this SR flip and this SR flip, I'm in rescue boat mode, right? Which means that I'm taking profits on every dip. I mean, on every bump. I'm buying every dip because I'm still bullish, but I'm not holding, right? I'm taking profits because we never know when that next higher low could actually be a lower low, and then a lower low, and then a lower low. You know, once we get above 104, if we can get above 104, 108, then my mentality changes. That's when I'll be more likely to hold longer, I'd say.
my dog wants to go out.
Oh, you know what that means?
No, Bitcoin is falling. She's
Also,
crying.
you gotta go stop it. Once you understand this shit, it becomes less spooky. But until then, it's like I'm always the bad guy when I draw the target on CME. Because that move out of the weekend trap is so exciting. Everybody just wants it to last forever, but there's a method to the madness. Yeah, I'll look at link. Give me a second. No, to be fair, textbook guys. If we're gonna follow textbook, right? Like again, is it strange that we freed both long and short? Yes, but we did free the trap shorts first, right? So textbook, this would be false move down, 3-day up. But we do have a little asterisk that we can put by it because it is interesting that they freed the trap longs already. But if we're gonna follow our rules, then we have to look at it as a 3-day as a false move down. I mean, the false move down could already, this could be it, right? It doesn't have to go lower than that. But what it means is that we are open to lower prices until Monday night. We could easily get a new low between here and Monday. Same thing we did last weekend, yo. Came down, triggered the false move down, popped up above the weekend trap, came back to close CME gap, put in the new lows. Now, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen. This was extreme. We had tons of liquidity. This move was, but that's what it looks like, right? You'd put in a new low. There should be a bit of a relief here. I don't think they'll go straight for it. We'll see price come back up and test the 50 and then roll over, I think, into CME.
I just hit TP1 and you say it like to the second.
On your short?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that 800, 200 right there. Vectors above. We haven't retested the 50 really after breaking it. So I would expect it to pop
But
up a little
also
bit, maybe.
90K is round number, right? So like it could hold a bit, no? But yeah, it's odd. She usually doesn't cry at this time. Go out.
Maybe your dog opened a Bitcoin loan that you don't know about.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to manipulate the market, but you won't take me for a walk. All right, so we're at vector recovery now, basically, this vector range. And top of the trap. And all the resistance that we've built is now turned into support. This is where I would expect price to come up and retest the 50. A little aggression here. Gap's almost filled. You see the gap. Even if we didn't have CME here, you see the volume gap and then the vector gap and then the inability to break that range. Nah, I just went right through those EMAs, but there was a chunk of vector left, so I'm assuming they wanted to grab that entire range. Let me turn on the boxes here.
50 hourly is reacting currently. Talking about EMAs. Or the 15-minute 200.
See, so coming up to clear these guys and retest that 50 is what I'm talking about.
Damn, even my EMAs, I drew them wrong. Well, you're on the 5 though. So 15. Do you have a 600 on the? No, yeah.
A 600? Nah,
No,
this
the 15200 is the 600 on the 5, right? So.
Kane said this feels like a scam. We got some aggressive sellers on the tape. Somebody just bought 105 Bitcoin, but we had a little dump off there, 35, 10.
Ah, time to wait, right?
Yeah, it's a nice trade once a week, man. Well, I mean, you set up for it too, right? So being careful not to get trapped on Fridays is also a CME trade, right? Your midweek reversal on Thursday, for the most part, is also a CME trade because it's all set up. Yeah, we can enjoy it while it lasts because once CME goes 24/7, we'll be trading a low volume zone, not a CME gap. Bro, trust me, there's been plenty of edges that we've had before that have gotten taken away from us. You know what it was like to trade when there was only like 20 alts? You could watch them all on one screen. You would literally just go to CoinMarketCap when Bitcoin was going down and look for anything that was green. And everybody would just throw their money at the green coin. And then when that went red, everybody would just throw their money at the next green coin. Now we've got 37 million tokens.
Yeah, but they're worth zero, even when you
Yeah,
add them all up, right?
exactly.
So,
That's my main argument. It's not really nothing to worry about too much because they're all zombies and shit, but it does split attention at the very least. Depends who's shilling the hardest, you know? 50 EMA is our main mean reversion on any time frame, right? The 200 and the 800 are important because they're the 50 EMA on another time frame. But the 50 EMA is market maker's main mean reversion. So when I say a clean break of the 50 and I don't see a retest, I always expect one, even though technically we did have a small retest of the 50 already. But when I see vectors left down through the 50, it just looks like a setup to pop back up. Doesn't have to though. They could save that for, you know, we can close CME and then go do that. But the bottom of this vector and that 50 and that 200 seemed like a pretty decent place. Not to mention it's the top of our weekend trap, right? So all of this resistance would act as support.
yeah, and why not gap up? We haven't done that in a while, no?
Right?
I guess it's not the most likely currently, but still a possibility. An hour left, right? Like, it would be a very small gap, no? Isn't CME 89.5 and we're at 90k or 0.5% higher? The question is, are they gonna buy or sell when it opens? I guess they'll do like us, they'll probably do both.
Yeah, Chronos. About, yeah, 57 minutes, 58 minutes. I don't know. Let's hope that they buy so that I can sell.
for it to be fair, they need to get the same opportunity as we did, right?
Fair schmear.
So
It's
how low did
2025,
we go?
man.
Wait, we went to golden, right? And
What's
they
fair?
couldn't trade that. So if you want it to be fair to CME guys, you need you need 88K, somewhere there.
There's no fair in crypto.
Right.
But it tends to happen more than we think, actually.
Let's
So
say it's a
whatever
lot.
happens
It's a
during the
lot
weekend
fairer to certain people. That's for sure. Those tend to treat the institutions a tad bit more fairly. Figured that one out. There is. Oh, there it is. See, now what if I really was Satoshi, bro? You would feel crazy right now. Just imagine if that sentence blew up the whole thing, exposed Satoshi, and then they're like, this is the guy? Oh, hell no. We're selling all of this shit instantly. Then how would you feel?
So yeah, this closing of CME turned the weekly candle red. Not by much, but...
And then the damn time shift gives us our weekly. We have like an hour after CME closes.
Yeah.
Change that. Let's do it then. Let's save those vectors till after CME closes. Come grab CME. Bing bang boom.
Yeah, but
Do
the
we
weekly
do we
close is
really
more
want to
important
close?
than...
Well, let's think about this for a second. Do we really want to close the week green though?
Yeah, I don't know about that. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's green or red. The candle is not one in whatever the color is. Bigger wick to the downside.
Like, honestly, doesn't make a huge difference. It would be good. It'd be good for sentiment, right? Obviously. But it's just an inside close, right? Didn't take out the highs, didn't take out the lows. Technically, we're still on like a 5-day down, on a 5-week down, right? Because these were inside candles. These never took out those highs. Didn't take out the lows, but they didn't take out the highs, right? So it's just consolidation, internal consolidation. All right, there goes that drop. We're almost at CME with plenty of time to kill.
There's a bit of a buy wall here at 89,300. Yeah.
Sorry, I missed it. If I missed it earlier, Dbloc. So now that we're down to the CME, is it just going to kind of range until CME closes, or is it going to bounce? You think?
I mean, we've got time and there's liquidations under. So as choppy as this thing has been, I mean, we literally went from trap shorts to trap longs back to CME. And look at the tape. The tape is lit up with aggressive buys and sells. I like it. This is exactly the type of aggression that we need, in my opinion. But we did signal the false move down. So remember, until tomorrow night, we can come lower than 87. You think they'll give us 2 CME trades? Like, in other words, imagine, so everybody that just TP'd now or that showed it towards CME, right? You've already taken your CME trade. What if price comes down and sweeps liquidity and CME closes and we leave a gap above? And then now we get to trade our 3-day swing back into CME. That would be epic. What makes CME close what makes CME gap such a strong magnet is that the algos will push to bring price there, but traders will also trade towards it. I think we just chill now, honestly. We're back in the range. We could easily just chill until CME opens.
Oh, if I chill, you mean pump and dump 5% on
Yeah.
one of the biggest crypto? Well, no, it's still in the top 10 asset out there, no? Bitcoin. Even with its crash, it's still like a few $1 trillion.
Oh.
But yeah, we're chilling around, pumping and dumping 3-4%.
We are smack dab right where we were all weekend. With a little bit of and then back to the range. Are you not entertained? Bitcoin would have to get underneath 40K and they would have to burn through $2.3 billion strategic fiat reserve. And then he would have to sell Bitcoin, yeah. Yeah, I hear you. 1 up. 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. Which one of you guys just decided to buy 113 Bitcoin? Don't be shy.
It's negative overall. We're lower on CVD than when we were at 80, that low golden pocket there, 87. So it's a CVD divergence, right? Low on your indicator, but high low on price. There's a way to solve that. It's to just put a low altogether. So, dump below 87. Yeah, that would solve the divergence.
Right.
But for now, it shows absorption of cells.
A guess for the bottom of this cycle, Niu? For Bitcoin? Is that what you're saying? I could boil it down to like a 20K range for you. Like 4.7 to 4.7 to 6.7. Sorry if your kids just went crazy right now. It's not my fault. I really think it could go to 6.7. Between 47K and 67K. 67K being institutions stepping in early. 47K being if we get some of these digital asset companies to unwind for us. RT.
You know, the funny part is you're not even bearish by saying that, right? Because what's at stake here is the uptrend since 2008 overall, more than ever because of the real estate cycle, and eventually, if inflation is really solved, then yeah, that's gonna make it more likely to correct the whole up move since 2008. Right? So 50K is like it's a cool target.
Yeah, I agree, Anon. They went for it today.
And we've done half of the way there already. So at this point, it might be interesting to start buying if you think Bitcoin is going to bottom at 50K, honestly.
Yeah, because it can't go straight there. If you
like
draw a
like
trend, like if we were to draw a trend right now, current trend. Wait, what is this? Is the weekly? Yeah. Let's draw a current trend down. Crazy thing is, as crazy as this angle is, we haven't broke it yet. This is where the bottom of our bull market should be, time-wise, right? So let's just keep extending this trend until it we're at 0 already. We're at 0 by May. This is why we say that trends do not go in a straight line. Right? This trend brings us to 0 by May 18th. So I don't want to act like I'm predicting the future, but let's just say that this trend will break eventually. Sometimes it's just that easy, guys. "45 minutes till CME opens." ETH CME is at we're at it. Bitcoin's dropped the CME, gave us ETH dropped the CME. 302. We're at 50% of that vector recovery as well. He said, "Where's XRP CME?" We won't. We'll follow XRP CME when it's outperforming. We didn't even follow. I mean, you guys have been here for a while. You know, we've never paid attention to ETH CME. We're only doing it now. because we're late cycle and it's up next on rotation. But yeah, if we get into an alt season, we'll start paying attention to XRPs. They are traded on CME.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Futures and options, if I'm not mistaken. So. We're at target right now, yo. Right? If we look at our CME, I mean, if we look at our market maker motivations, psychological low, daily open, psychological high, 200 and 800, 50 EMA. Right? They're all above. Main target is CME, which opens in about half an hour. So if we do get a sweep, it'll just be a liquidity sweep or maybe a run for a vector. But I don't expect they go too far from CME. You don't put in an effort like that to leave a gap. Right? You're already there. Now you just got to chill out for the next 40 minutes. Now we get some aggressive sellers on the books. Then we can go grab those vectors. Give me 1 second, yo. I got to put in my order for dinner here. I'm already hungry, and that's just not even on the way yet, and that's not a good look. I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second. What's good, Joe? Just waiting for my food to get here now. Approaching the sniper target right on time. Wait till you see the white of their eyes.
Y'all, did you take that trade? Type 2? Hey guys, how's it going? Hey Dbloc.
Oh, so we did close the weekly green in the end. It's an odd candle. Doesn't have a body. But on Binance, it closed green. So we just did 2 green candles in a row. Can Bitcoin put a third green and have a bit of and then on the fourth red, maybe 87 will hold? And then you'd get 2 weeks before the end of the
Well,
year.
we know 83 held before.
83. Yeah, why not? Whatever number. How are you, Emed?
Oh, same old, same old. Still the big old bear.
Well, we I think we all agree on that.
Oh, believe it or not, there's many, many people that don't agree on that.
It just doesn't mean we can't go to 108, but getting above that is going to be pretty very...
Oh, I agree that that could happen, but I don't agree that we're going to make an all-time high this cycle.
Yeah. Well, for now, it can't even get above 93, right? So, well, 94. But we'll see, the end of year sometimes can bring some peace. And it makes traders a bit, well, I guess it doesn't really make it more bullish, but we need to save the yearly candle. Like, this is an anomaly. Bitcoin isn't supposed to put a red candle on its bull market year. Now, it can do it, of course, but I think it's more likely we end up green. And to end up green, all you need to do is actually
That's
close
actually
the
a great
year
question.
Close the year above 93, right? So we just did it a few days ago. Bitcoin was at 94, so maybe we'll just range around here till the end of the
Got a
year.
question.
Yeah.
So it's to speak on what you were just saying. Last cycle, the one before this one, when the cycle was over, did Bitcoin break below the yearly on the 50?
I'm not sure I understood. On the 50, what do you mean by on the 50?
On the yearly chart on Bitcoin after the cycle was over, last cycle, did it break below the 50 EMA on the weekly?
Yes. We broke below it right at the beginning of the year, actually.
So then,
yeah,
here
well,
comes
same
another.
as now. November 2021 tested it as support, and then we got the dead cat bounce in March. Well, it took it 3 months to climb back up from January to March. So the beginning of the year was so yeah, like it went up for 3 months once the new year started. Yeah. Well, first we went down the first 2 weeks of the new year, and then it went up for like a few months to then just continue crashing down. But no, it really doesn't have to do anything similar, and we could have a red yearly this time around. It was still a bull market year, even though the yearly could end up red, because the wick to the upside is kind of bigger than the wick to the downside. So it's a yearly chart. So you expect a topping candle, right? So you expect a bearish candlestick pattern. Last time we had a bearish green candle, This time we might have a bearish red candle. Who knows? But still, it's odd to see a red candle at the end of a cycle on the yearly. And they're really, it's really not hard to turn it green. Like, you know, there's still well, 3 weeks now. And I think it's going to end up green. It'll still look like an indecision candle, even if you pump to 100K, it will still be a bearish candle. But a green bearish, not a red bearish. Well, not bearish, but, you know, potential topping candle, yeah. Because if we put a red candle here, then you're expecting 2026 to be a red candle. Huh? It's supposed to be the bear market. Like, you know, even if we bottom in 2026, it's going to be a red, well, it's more likely to be a red candle than a green one. If we end up 25 as a red candle, and if we make it red, let's make it really red. Like, why not even crash towards the end of the year to like 70K? Then I think probabilities might change for the color of 2026. You might have a green bottoming candle. If the topping is red, then why not have the bottoming green, right? Normally, bottom candles are red on Bitcoin. Well, not normally, but like, yeah, usually the lowest point is reached in the bear market year. So it's gonna be 2026 normally. But anyway, this weekly close ended up green in the end, so yeah, it doesn't really matter if it's green or red, but it's fun to watch it. And you know, it played with us because it was pretty green at 92. Then it became red, and then in the end, we pumped into the weekly close. Well, we recovered a bit the dump of the pump of the dump before the weekly closed. Yeah. Also, in the end, there's a little bit of a CME gap because we did pump before they opened. Well, we dumped before they opened, and we also recovered a bit before CME opened. It's really not worthwhile trading though. And you can't even see the gap on a 15-minute chart. You have to zoom in and all. But there's a tiny gap there, yeah. Because they closed at 89.5 and they opened at 90. So, you know, there's like a $300. There's a little bit of a gap there. But if you go hourly, the wick of the close touches the body of the open. So no, it's not. I wouldn't pay too much attention to it. Very small gap.
Yeah, that's too micro.
But my point is, I don't think it's necessarily a support when we get there. Well, we just saw what happened, right? It didn't act as support. We went like a whole % lower. even before CME reopened, right? So kind of expecting the same here. If we break, well, people stop buying Bitcoin at highs, maybe
Yeah.
we wouldn't have to fake out pumping, but well, never mind. I was thinking ascending triangle going on here, right? So, but
Right.
we just did a bit of attempt at breaking out. That of course failed back down now. Maybe well, we'll see. Maybe it can still just put a high low and then again try to break out. But another possibility is that we just break the ascending triangle and well, just put a lower low basically. But between the two lows, because there's no hurry to crash. We crashed enough lately. How about anything between 87 and 89? Yeah. I don't know. And that way they get their fair opportunity at buying as low as we bought.
bouncing off the 200.
Yeah, 90k is like support again then. It was supposed to hold on the way down anyway, but it didn't, and now, well, looks like we're hanging around 90k. Right?
Yeah, and let's see if it holds this uptrend. It's right at the uptrend. So let's see.
But yeah, it became resistance, and now, oh, maybe support again.
Yeah.
Because really, during a bear market, there's no need to hunt longs, and also, well, there's less probability of getting a low while you recover from a previous down move. Because the next down move is coming anyway, so why bother hunting longs? Yeah? It's like, but you need to hunt shorts, right? Because you're gonna take another drop, so it loves to put a high before collapsing. So here in this case, well, we kind of did it by going above 93, right? We went to 94. That was a high. But I think, yeah, I think we need a bit more significant higher high than 1% higher high. And more time. Time to build longs, time to build shorts, like more interest and time. Like, it's still too fresh. These crashes take like months to fade a bit in memory, at least. I took it 3 months last time. So yeah, maybe a similar time frame here, right? So if we dropped in, when did we drop? Yeah. November? Yeah, we dropped in November, December, January, February. Yeah.
It's also retesting the ascending triangle that you mentioned.
Yeah, well, in the end, I'm not sure it's an ascending triangle anymore. Because we didn't reject at 90k, we went higher, 90,400. Maybe it's more like a channel. But yeah, you're right. That angular, well, the resistance isn't clear because we pushed higher. But the downward angular now has a third touch. So it's confirming the trend a bit. So yeah, as long as it's above that angle, then yeah, we're still climbing.
Let's see.
I don't know, I'm just waiting a bit. Actually gonna go sleep soon. So no trades. And I don't feel like opening a swing short or long and going to sleep currently because we're in the middle of something. Right?
Yeah, I feel like that's a bad idea.
Some alts could get swing longs though. Like I see woof woof coin. I see Doge pretty close to 13 cent. I see well, ETH is kind of high, right, at 3K. But yeah, on altcoins, there's probably long swings to take, honestly. But well, I gave up. I think I gave up. Overall, I gave up. Yeah. But yeah, I'm sure there's nice downward ABCs. Maybe even low lows on some charts already. You know. Well, actually, no, we don't have low lows, right? Like Solana, pretty close to 120, but it's at 130. So it's that $10 is only like 7%, but
Yeah.
what else? I'm sure there's alts that are like long swingable.
You got Gala.
Gala is probably in price discovery downward, right? So I don't know. Good luck. But yeah. Well, it's yeah, it's like supermarket discount, right? it's cheap.
Yeah, that's a plus point. It's cheap. That's all you can say.
But it can get cheaper though.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say that. Yeah, just what gets
But yeah,
cheaper.
like, when you open a Gala chart, you're not gonna think short, right? You're more gonna think, well, can we try to reverse up? Sometimes the good plan is to think short, even though price is like it is going with the trend and not against it. Yeah. And Gala has been going down for 4 years now. So you could expect that behavior to continue. I'd still bet against it though. Yeah, just getting back to the mean on a daily chart is like a 2x up.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you have the coins that did the short squeeze that are now coming all the way back down. Like I'm thinking ICP, Filecoin, all those coins that did the short squeeze, right? They resumed their downtrend. Roughly the same slope as 2024.
Yeah,
And that
a lot
well
of them.
they're getting pretty close to putting well, at least an equal low or even a low low, yeah. File is at like 1.5 and ICP. What's ICP at? No, actually, ICP is still higher. 3.4, yeah. But overall, you are inside your bear market structure of last cycle. So, well, they could easily react and well, it's a bit too early for another short squeeze. Yeah, that's a bit way too early for that, but yeah, looking at the up move, some shorters are probably scared and they might want to leave these coins alone. So I think they'll survive the bear market just because they did the up move before resuming their collapse. Well, you might think twice shorting them, right?
Yeah, because the thing is, we need a lot of these coins to be gone
There's a lot of shit coins in the market, like really shit coins, not just regular shit coin. Like all the new coins that just popped out of nowhere.
How about these are old OG coins? You know, they're not really like they're not new. Filecoin is very
No,
old.
no.
ICP is very
Those
old
are old
too.
coins. I'm talking about like the new coins that come into the market. You know,
How about
sucked out liquidity.
they disappear even during a bull run, so I guess they'll just disappear even more during a down move, but I'm not sure. With dominance downward since Bitcoin topped, the amount of delisting per day is roughly the same, I think. Like it doesn't matter if Bitcoin goes up or down, they delist tokens that underperform. I think yesterday I had another email with 2 or 3 delistings on Bybit. Like they delist. Yeah, it doesn't matter what Bitcoin does. They just get delisted. These well, the coins that don't attract traders.
Yeah, but then you've got these degens trading on dexes. So
Yeah, but I'm gonna guess they don't trade the coins that get delisted on centralized exchanges, you know? Or maybe they just short them. But eventually, no one provides liquidity, and it's just like once it's delisted from central exchanges, I guess it can continue a bit on dexes, but eventually it dies there too, no? But it's the end of QT. Maybe we'll get a year without QE, and
yeah,
then once the bear market bottom is in, they'll announce QE. When you look at SPY or Nasdaq or even Russell, there's no need for QE. We're not in a crash where the Fed needs to print money to save jobs or anything like that yet. You know, but they're anticipating job market issue and all, but it's not in the charts. Like everything is fine, it's all good. Not in crypto, but elsewhere it's it's all green.
yeah.
We're above the 50. Forget the weekly. We're above the 50 on the daily, even on the 4-hour, even on the hourly. Like we're above everything on every time frame. So I don't think Powell needs to be bullish. he needs to save the small companies though, because they've been suffering a lot with his rate hikes these last 3-4 years, and that's probably the worry. It's jobs from small companies disappearing. Well, smaller companies are suffering more. Same in crypto. Bitcoin is fine. I mean, yeah, it crashed 40% here, but overall it's fine. It's at 80K, 90K. Like it's closer to its all-time highs than its market lows at 15K still. But when you look at alts, that's they're closer to bear market bottoms than highs. Most of them, like okay, not XRP, not Mental, not BNB, but overall. Solana also, still closer to all-time highs. But they need help, these smaller caps, whether it's stocks or crypto. And actually for the good of the economy, right? Because it's like all concentrated into Bitcoin. So diversifying would be good in case something bad happens to Bitcoin, right? Kind of same narrative
Well,
going on Legacy, where it's all in the Mag 7 and
yeah, I mean, a lot of liquidity was sucked in by gold, so that is a factor.
well, yeah, it took it 30 years to do something. So yeah. I don't know when or if gold topped out, but when it tops out, it takes it a while to make a new all-time high.
Yeah, that's true.
Like 10 years. But the delay against inflation is interesting, right? On gold, like gold is supposed to be gold. It's not supposed to
Yeah, it's
change
supposed
in
to hedge
value, right?
inflation.
Yeah, but when you look at when it broke out and when it started hedging against inflation, well, it only happened this year. It didn't in 23, 24, even 22, when we had very high inflation. It just went sideways while inflation was crazy. And then when inflation cooled off, or at least when Powell said it cooled off, or when numbers said it cooled off, then it decided to catch up to where it kind of should have been because of inflation already. Huh? Everything doubled in the end. So gold also did a 2x in dollars. Yeah. Money supply also doubled, no? In the meantime, when was it 10 trillion? 2014. Okay, no, well, maybe that didn't double, but since COVID, 50%. 15 trillion at COVID, and now it's 22 trillion. It's gonna be a cool week with Powell on. Is it on Wednesday or when is it? It's Powell week. Yeah, Wednesday. I think last year Powell sent everything down. At the December meeting, where was it? The December meeting where he came and destroyed the charts a bit. I think it was December, yeah, last year. I forgot honestly, but there was one meeting last year where Powell yeah, had to calm the markets down. In the end, it didn't work because we made higher highs, but those weeks were pretty red, especially for alts. So it's a bit the same here. Right? It's not. I don't think. It's not even about Bitcoin. It's more about alts. This meeting. My opinion, it's more about altcoins than Bitcoin. Bitcoin doesn't really care. Markets can go up, down. Well, it decided to go down. Like it's not correlated like it typically is, so you could expect odd behavior. Or we could even pump on a bearish Powell at this point. It's possible. But especially if he hints at banking issues, or why does he cut here if he cuts? So we're speculating he's gonna cut, right? But why? Inflation isn't really down. Jobs are not really down either. Like, but we're expecting him to cut because of Japan, not because of the fear of Japan hiking. Isn't that an issue for banks who borrow money to lend it and this and that? No, I don't know. I mean, maybe that could pump Bitcoin. But there's probably a scenario where Bitcoin pumps even though Powell is bearish this week, especially if it's banking sector related. If he explains why he cuts, mentioning he can't say it anyway, even if it's the case, right? He's not gonna say, oh well, we've seen some signs in the banking industry that bad things are about to come, so we decided to cut by 0.25%. Like that would create a beautiful red candle everywhere. But maybe not on Bitcoin, because we already dumped, right? So I guess we can drop another 30%, but it's not that likely. And to the opposite, we could dump even though Powell is bullish, right? Like, it's pretty likely to happen too. But it would just mean continuation of their current underperformance. Right? There's nothing new to support Bitcoin. Then you would continue the same underperformance. Trade safe, everybody.
There we go. Where did Bitcoin wick down to?
Push it. I did not know we could zoom in and out on Dbloc's chat. Could we always do that? I think so. charts inside the cloud. Bitcoin's up to 91. Nice. The volume would come in. Ooh.
What's going on, family? Appreciate you, Banshee. I'm just trying to dial in this daily chart real quick. Give me a second. Let me set this chart up and we'll go over it.
Is it good or bad? I was having a push right now.
What's that?
I found some Samsung headphones in my drawer. They're like yours, but they're Bluetooth. Pretty sweet. They have a wire that connects them because they have volume on it.
That's what's up. Save some money.
You know, I like them. They lock onto your ear like yours do. They go inside. That's the only thing. They're not like the round disc ones. They sound good too. I don't know what I have in my drawers, man. I just shove stuff in there and forget about it. I put one of my monitors on sale today. Someone hit me up about it. A trader. Like half an hour after I posted it. He's gonna come look at it tomorrow. He's like, I want both of them. I'm like, no, I'm just selling the top one. He's like, I want to do the same thing you're doing right there. He wants some stacked monitors. But yeah, I got a different plan for my setup now. I'm gonna get one of those little 18-inch portable monitors and put it under one of my ultra wides. I like how that looks. It's a touchscreen too. That looks good.
All right, so let's zoom into the daily. Let's go back to our chart real quick. Cool, weekend trap, up, down, both sides free. Let's back up a little bit and remember where we are. Right, slow breaking W's create bear flags. We're smack dab in the middle of this one. Right, not out of hot water yet, but higher lows, higher highs. Right, definitely an uptrend. So let's babysit the health of this. Number one thing, number one clue that this is going bad is if we break this uptrend on RSI. As long as we can hold this uptrend on RSI, we should continue to break. Right? That'll be the first sign. Another thing we have to look at is how low we are on RSI. Right? We're sitting down at a 23. Right? So let's look back. Let's look back at performance whenever we've been this low on RSI. And then we'll sort of average it out. Last time we were this low, roughly, was in this range here, right? We came down to a 23, and it was our bottom at 74. Right, so that's just one. Next time we came into the box was a double, triple tap here, which was at our bottom at 49. Last time before that was at our lows, 25.4. Last time before that was our very low at 15.5. But I can hear people saying, well, that's during the bull market. I think we're in a bear market. All right, cool. Let's keep looking into the bear market. Our next one was the low here at 17. We did end up going to 15. But not till after a 46% bump. Right? So still continued lower, but 47%. Next time was right here. I guess this little mini dip here. Right? We ended up going lower, but we went up 30%. Next one was right here. This is the one that interests me. These last two are the ones that are really interesting to me because this is where we are. Right? Depending on how you look at this. This one right here is where people that say that the bear market has already started, right? We would be right here. We had our drop. We haven't had any relief rally. Right? If we turn on our just remember this 200 EMA, 800 EMA on the daily. RSI underneath 20, and we ended up getting what? From these lows to the highs, 41%. Right, so 41%, 30%, 47%. Now this one here is the one that interests me, right? Because this is the one that we had before we put in the new all-time high. Right, came down roughly to right about where we are right now. Except that recovery ended up being about almost 2.5x. Obviously not, this isn't what I'm saying. Right? I'm just saying that the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times that we've been this low on RSI, we've had a relief rally of at least 30%. Right? Even if it continued into a bear market. So, if we were to assume that 30%, just for shits and giggles to see where it drops us. Well, it would be from down here. 30% takes you right to the target that we're looking for. Between 104 and 108, that SR flip. So you can do with that information what you will.
But if you look at the weekly RSI, it spends quite a bit of time and makes a lower low before it goes up again.
Weekly
At least
RSI
the
takes forever to flip. Yeah, weekly RSI can stay jammed for a long time.
Good shit. Yo, what's up, Dbloc?
See, this same level that we're in right now, RSI spent 210 days at that range. But just to be clear, even though it did, this small kick up gave us that 46% that we were looking at earlier. Right, so I'm not saying by this, oh, RSI is going to head right up to the top again, all-time highs, da-da-da. I'm saying chances are the relief rally that comes will take us at least 30%, even if that is it. Right, even if that's all she wrote.
The all-powerful dead cat.
And if we go to the 2-week, go to the 2-week for a second, get rid of this. So pay attention to the 50 EMA here. Let's turn all this off. This is the 2-week. I want you to pay attention to these ranges. This is all the way back in 2014, right? Price comes down to the 50 EMA on the 2-week. Relief rally, first of all. Right, about 100%. But more importantly, I want to look at this accumulation range. Right, from the time that we hit to the time that we break. The break of the 1-week 50 lets you know that the beginning of the end has started, right? The second break, the break of the 2-week on the 50 is your final capitulation for the most part, right? That's when things go bad. You get that last final 50% drop, roughly 50% drop. What is it? Yeah, 57% drop. Then you pop up. This is our next top. Came down to the 200. Came down to the 50 on the 2-week. Put in that 53%. But again, look at the accumulation. Right, from the time that we drop to the time that we break, right, it was roughly 154 days. This one here was roughly 168 days. This was COVID. This was our last run. Again, 50 EMA on the 2 week. Dead cat bounce. Right? 40% dead cat bounce. Accumulation range. 112 days. As that breaks, plus 50% capitulation to the lows. You see in the pattern? Every single time. Capitulation comes after that break of the 200. I mean, of the 50. But that 50 on the 2 week doesn't break until after the relief rally. Right? Each time. Relief rally, accumulation, capitulation. Relief rally, accumulation, capitulation. We held that 50 this week. Right? So what we would be expecting if we're taking historical reference is a relief rally, an accumulation, and then a capitulation and a 50% drop. At least a 50% drop. So if we had to go back and look at where we are right now, we would be on this 3rd week. We would be on this 3rd week. Or no, sorry, over here. On this 3rd week. The 3rd week is when we had the relief rally that year. Third week. Relief rally came in the 4th and the 5th week on this year. We didn't even have a 50 EMA back here. So remember, there's 3 different stages to the bear market. You get your mean reversion, right? Mean reversion, accumulation, capitulation. In that accumulation comes your relief rally, for the most part, right? It happens the same every time. Mean reversion, accumulation, capitulation. We take all of this out and look at a couple more metrics that we need to look at really quick on this chart. Let's look at, that was the 50 EMA. Let's look at our Gaussian channel. On the 2 week, entrance into the top of the Gaussian channel starts your capitulation phase. Right? Being accepted into that Gaussian channel on the 2 week starts that capitulation phase. Usually it doesn't happen until the end of the accumulation phase on the 50 on the 2 week that we were just talking about. Right? If we turn that back on, as that accumulation is done after the dead cat bounce, you lose the top of the Gaussian channel and you go into that capitulation. Right? After the dead cat bounce, after the accumulation, you go into Gaussian channel and you get that capitulation. Right, so we held that this time. That's 1 plus. We didn't want to close underneath there. And if you go to the daily, it's the bottom of the Gaussian channel that we're watching. Hold on. Hold on. The weekly I'm at. So that was the 2 week. On the weekly, it's the same for the bottom of the Gaussian channel. Right? We come down into the Gaussian channel, we have a dead cat rally, and then as soon as you break the bottom of that Gaussian channel, capitulation. Right? Second the bottom of that breaks, capitulation, and you're going into your final move. So on that front, we also held. Right, so we have some very mechanical ways to know when this is going to slide into capitulation. But on every metric I'm looking at, we still need that relief rally. Not saying it can't happen without the relief rally. I'm just saying it would be a historical anomaly if it did. Right, take that for what it's worth. Everybody get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. What's up, Dbloc?
What's going on, buddy?
Not much, chilling. Wanted to check in. I have some thoughts on the weekend trap, and I was wondering if you could either corroborate or contradict it.
What's up?
So what I'm seeing is false move down, free trap shorts, liquidate trap longs before making a new weekly high, coming back to close the CME gap, or to make sure to prevent the CME gap, that vector dump to prevent the CME gap. Now we're working on putting in a new higher high, which would insinuate a 3-day up.
Yeah, so a couple of anomalies. One would be that the liquidity sweep after triggering the false move down went all the way up and freed the trap longs. We don't see that often. Right? That was my first sign that something might be different here. And then coming back to grab CME, like we nailed that earlier, that part isn't important. This continuation to the top side is interesting though. So the way I'm looking at it is, as of right now, I feel like there is probably about a 40% chance that this move down found its bottom. Now that's rare, right? Because usually what we do is we signal the false move down, we close CME, and then we put in a new low going into Monday night, right? So
that threw me for a loop.
Even though I'm entertaining the idea that this might have been the false move down and they don't continue to go any lower, we won't know for sure until tomorrow night is done. All day tomorrow, we have the possibility of sweeping these licks and putting in a new low, right? Because technically, we did signal the false move down before the false move up. But there is a good chance that that's it. I mean, if you look at last weekend, right, it's a perfect example. Right, came down, signaled the false move down, popped up, but we didn't free the trap longs. Right, trap longs are still freed there. Closed CME, put in that bottom on Monday, and then we had the 3-day up. This is the section that I'm saying it's possible we don't have. False move was down definitely by textbook, by the rules that I follow. It's a false move down. The only question is it done? Right? Because if we sweep tomorrow, if we reject right here and we sweep tomorrow and put in a new low, then that would be more textbook. But at this point, let's rip it, man. Screw it. Maybe that's all they wanted.
Yeah, we got momentum. And the other thing that you mentioned, we freed the trap longs, but they got liquidated.
Depends on it depends on their what you call it, yeah.
Their leverage, yeah, like the high. So basically, I think it took out. If you turn on the dead bodies, I think it took out pretty much all the 50 and 100x.
Yeah, a lot of them. That's usually what happens, though. One side gets freed by price, and the other side gets freed by violence.
Yeah. The other side gets relieved of their account.
Yeah.
So we don't have anything confirmed. It looks good, but we still have potential. I'm thinking we still have potential to go down as low as 85, 86K by tomorrow night at like 11 p.m., 12 p.m. or whatever.
Yeah. Trade this thing by momentum until Monday night is probably the safest way to do it. Just play the chart
So,
that you
yeah,
see. You know what I mean?
the 513.50.
Yeah.
That would be the first signal you'd be looking for. All right.
Mm-hmm. Just play it by
And
momentum.
then,
Stay safe until we know for sure that that move is done.
yeah, I'm not adding to any longs here, but if we do gain some ground and we come back to do like an SR flip, I'll probably add to my long positions.
All to look like they're taking a little leg here too. The problem is this bear flag. I mean, we can't ignore the fact that we're in a bear flag on the daily. A pretty clean one too.
Precisely.
So like I was saying, pay attention to this RSI. Right? Pay attention to the RSI on a daily. Draw your uptrend on that RSI. If this thing starts to threaten that uptrend, we're gonna break down out of this bear flag. We don't want to do that. Right? We want this to be the pivot that takes us.
Well, so I noticed the 85-86K is my case for where it would naturally find support because that's the bottom of the bear flag. But it's still like maintained that short-term uptrend. But I noticed the stopping volume candle on the 4-hour, which hasn't been invalidated yet, and that actually wicked right off of. I was talking to Static about it earlier. He's like, "Well, you're kind of in the middle of nowhere. Like, there's no structural support." And I was like, "Well, it is if you draw like the natural support's the bottom of the channel, right? But if you draw a fib from the second, so the first high or low in the bear flag, if you draw a fib from there to the high that we just made the last time we touched the top of it, you came down for a 618 retracement. The stop and volume candle wicked off of that perfectly, and that area is also the same exact area where we got that little inverse head and shoulders last week after the big dump.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my bullish. Like the bearish case for short term is like we haven't seen the end of the false move, and we still go down as low as 85-86K by tomorrow night. The bullish case is we maintain that 618 retracement, and the structure that it found was that inverse head and shoulders neckline, and we I guess hopefully put in a new high and then challenge 95K where there is a ton of short liquidity that could help us break up out of the bear flag potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very important not to cherry pick right now. And we have to look at everything. It's easy to have a bias and just find that one good talking point that fits the bias. But you really have to look at everything, and then you have to average it all together. You know what I mean? It's like the only real smart way to do this. Because by so many metrics, this should be over. Right? But by a couple of the ones that really count, it still looks like there's some juice left in the tank. We're not in historical anomaly territory yet, right? We've had price action like this before that has recovered very well. So invest in the most probable and hedge against the possible. If you think that it's going down and you think that chances are it's probably over, then that would mean you have more dry powder than open positions. But to be all in dry powder or to be all in open positions, playing a very dangerous game.
Yeah,
because like we just looked at on our 1 week and 2 week metrics, we are literally tap dancing on make it or break it.
Right. I mean, I move and trade based off of the factual chart data, but I've also learned to expect the unexpected.
Yeah. You got to take sentiment into consideration, man. Got to take fear, panic, and all that shit into consideration just as much as you do a trend line or an RSI or a MACD cross.
Yeah. I mean, the sentiment is kind of shitty right now, but I feel like we're making progress towards like being a little bit more optimistic. But I think if the majority remains bearish and they're only trying to short, that could be to the detriment of the bears and to the benefit of the bulls.
Bro, I'm not going crazy trying to convince people that this shit's not over. If you want to short this thing into the ground, More luck to you. Because I know for a fact that we need those liquidations to make this move that we're talking about. So somebody's got to do it, you know?
It would help if like a lot of demand came in, but I mean, we had a good day. I think this looks like a really good day so far.
We've got to stop worrying about retail coming in and just understand that institutions coming in are what's going to push this. If they do a good job and push it hard enough, then we could start thinking about retail getting excited. But we need a baby step this first, which means that institutional money coming in from banks is very important, which is why this chart is so sexy right now. Total minus total ES. But he thinks I'm just blindly following this thesis with like hope and dreams or some shit. No, we are tracking this very closely. This flat top right here is when everything went to shit at 26K. This is the moment that stables or that fiat stopped coming in from the bank. For over 2 weeks, we ran flat. And then we got an inflow of stables to bank accounts, right? Profits being taken. We had a dead cat bounce before it just turned around again. But look at our current influx of money from the bank into stables.
So this is essentially the stablecoin market cap.
5.9. Yeah, this is total stables, basically.
Gotcha.
So
that's sick.
I've been
is it though? Because
sitting there
that
and
means
watching.
more people are in stables. More people are in stables than crypto.
Oh, it's better than down here. More people were in the bank.
Yeah, they were in
the
cash.
money wasn't. Yeah, the money wasn't even in stables, right? So my argument was, you're not gonna get a rally or an extended cycle if we can't push stable amount higher than it was when we were at all-time highs. Right? It doesn't mean that we should be back at all-time highs when it gets there, but it means the availability of the stables are there, right? Which means sideline. So if we come to our sideline chart, which is here, these are our sidelines, right? This is the crypto wallet right here. This is our dry powder wallet. Every time it's gotten up to the top of these levels, we've gone ahead and spent, right? We're at all-time highs now over the last 2 years, right? More stable sitting dry powder than in the last 2 years. All we need is for this to roll over and for them to start spending those stables. So this lets us know if stables are in the market or they are in the bank. And this lets us know if stables are on the side or being spent. And right now we've got accumulation, which could be redistribution. Who knows? Higher high, lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low. Right, we'll see. Or it could be a big bull flag.
Are there any diversions? Oh yeah, you don't really look at that, do you?
Yeah. Oh, DXY too.
I was gonna say, how does this chart compare with Tether dominance, like USDT dominance?
This is what we're waiting for DXY. That break, that retest, and the continuation. Right? We were saying if we get back above this support and keep going, Bitcoin's screwed. We're going down. If we broke this M pattern, retested bearishly, and continued, then the fun isn't over. I'm looking for it to come all the way down through this range.
Hey, Dbloc, I had a question about the total chart.
Yep.
So what was what happened on May? What was it? May 18th or May 19th? At least on my chart, there's like kind of a pretty big gap.
Just total flat, regular total?
No, this is the total minus total ES on the 4 hour.
I got you. This chart, since it's not a straight trading view chart, there's so many variables that if you go to like the daily, you just see so much choppiness, right? Because it moves so much within the day, intraday. So I keep mine on the 4 hour to sort of cut down on a lot of that shit. Right, 4 hours straight. There's no gaps anywhere until we get right to, hold on. Yeah. This is where the Genius Act was announced. They announced the stablecoin bill. This is when the Genius Act was passed. Right, so
potentially that could be like a sign of weakness of traditional, well, or I guess of older stable coins and banking, right? Being able to track that many transactions.
it's just the amount of stables that came in, right? Just the announcement of the Genius Act had people load up. Right? It went, I mean, we jumped from 217 bill to 227 bill, like about $10 billion. And then if you notice the angle of the dangle here. All right, so look, Genius Act straight up, right? And then the sort of accumulation until it got past 19% angle. As soon as it got signed, 40%, 40 degrees, right? Instantly just chucked up.
Yeah, now that I'm zoomed in, I'm realizing that would have been a super massive candle to print. So I'm guessing that it just such a radical shift that they were like, nope.
So as of right now, I don't believe that stablecoin commercial usage is so big that we can ignore this. Soon we'll have to ignore this, you know, right? Because as people start using stables to buy cars online, to buy boats, buy houses, buy whatever, you know, then you're not going to be able to say, oh, look at all the fiat that came into stables. We must be about to buy crypto. This could be for anything.
Yeah,
Luckily,
that's
right
something I wanted
now,
to
we
comment
haven't gotten there yet. Right now, the majority of stables are still coming in to buy crypto.
So
So
what I wanted to comment on that was, sorry, just real quick. What I wanted to comment on that was, although I concur that more stables is better than more fiat, I also am considering like how much of that supply is not being used to buy crypto, but is being used for transfers or staking yield
Yeah, could
for
be.
purchases or whatever. You know, that's sort of what I feel like.
But it's just
muddies it
percentage
up.
wise, right? Like, if this is money in the bank, if this is stables in the bank, and this is stables in crypto, right? Even if only, you know, even if only a slice is being used for crypto, it's way more than the zero that's being used for crypto while it sits in the bank. Right.
So that's I was kind of going to ask if we get to the point where stables are well, no, I think that's a win, but where stables are used for a much wider variety of product, um, would we just then subtract like the percentage change in like maybe the top 5 or whatever products or commodities that are exchanged on
Yeah, we're
stables?
gonna have to do some math. We're gonna have to we would have to separate the commercial usage and then subtract that. It's gonna be less useful. There's a couple of things that are gonna change in the next couple years. One is gonna be being able to track stablecoin dominance to see if price is gonna go up or down, and 2, trading into those CME gaps. Right? 2 very easy edges that we've had for a very long time won't be here anymore. But we'll adapt. It's happened before. You know how many edges I've lost in this game? You guys do not want to know how easy it was in the beginning. And slowly those edges get taken away, right? But that's why we learn what we learn, and we don't hang our hats on one or two little kitschy things, right? Because the second that they're gone, then you're screwed.
Yeah, I guess
The
that's
more
why the
levels of
wire is so
confidence you have, the
important.
better.
Yeah, and then I was just say, like, I mean, I could foresee based off what you're saying that maybe we'll get lucky and like certain stables will have better transactional usage for different use cases, maybe. So
The best we could hope
maybe we'll be able
for
to.
is that we can separate commercial from crypto wallets, right? If these stables come in, they're probably not going into your regular wallets. They're probably going to be commercial-based wallets, right? To have ways for people to buy things running a wallet. There's a way that we can separate the stables that are sitting in crypto wallets versus commercial wallets, and maybe we can have a percentage to work off of. But we don't know how it's going to work yet, right? We don't know what the infrastructure is going to look like. I know one thing though: if there's an edge, I'll find it. So it's exciting.
Yeah. I do love that mentality and appreciate it. So thanks, Dbloc.
Yeah.
So I just had a thought when you said like the stables are better than like the money going into the bank. And I remember recently hearing about like certain banks, like larger like mainstream banks, talking about
crypto.
how they're offering crypto services to
Mm-hmm.
their clients, and they're actually like sort of endorsing it. So I'm wondering if people might be putting fiat into the bank so that it can be managed by the actual banks.
It's possible. I mean, I would assume that the majority of people that go the bank route are people that aren't in crypto because it's too sketchy, and now they've got an easy way with the bank, so they do it in the bank. But I mean, we saw it with ETFs, right? We saw large Satoshi era wallets sell off Bitcoin. People were panicking, and then we saw the inflows into ETFs, right? Like as soon as that old Satoshi era wallet got hacked, that dude that was running that pig butchering scam, right? Super old wallet, dude's on the run. We still managed to crack it and drain it. And that sent like real shivers through the old school community. Because what they were saying was that some of these old wallets, when they first came out, I mean, like pre 2017 wallets, the way that they passed out the seed phrases was RNG, right? It was random, but it was number based, meaning when you got your wallet. So if you got your wallet today, you'd have turkey, dog, cat, pigeon. And I open my wallet right after you. Mine would be turkey, dog, cat, bird. And then somebody else's would be turkey, dog, cat, apple. Right. So once you can have one person's wallet and you know in the range that the other person's wallet is, then you've only got to guess 2 words or 1 word instead of 12. So what people are doing is the old Satoshi wallets are moving their wallets into new wallets aren't like that. I think past 2016, I believe, has harder encryption than the early wallets did. So you're seeing people move their shit from old unsecured wallets, spreading them into 20 new wallets, right? Instead of being in one unsecured. And then some people said, screw this, and sold all their Bitcoin and bought the ETF. So if it's in the ETF, they can't take it from me. I'd rather sit in the ETF for convenience, screw the struggle. I'm going to do it like this.
So like what about like any of like the normies or like the older crowd that's skeptical, like they want to invest and they want to benefit from like crypto. They want to benefit from crypto going up, but they're sketched out. Like, don't you think they would find it to be more risk averse doing it through their bank because they have FDIC?
Yeah, my mom would do it through the bank. My aunt would do it through the bank. My uncle, grandma, all the older people in my family would 1000% do it through the bank before they opened a Coinbase account.
Yeah, that opens up a whole new demographic of interest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and potentially with like the MSCI versus MicroStrategy thing, right? Yeah, so like that actually I think kind of would even further do that, especially at like a commercial level. I was gonna ask though, because I was reading an article by a guy who studies when things are delisted from major indexes, and he was saying like he thinks not that it's fudge, but like that the panic or the like people freaking out about it is a bit overblown because generally you only get like 70% of the expected downside when something's delisted like that. And he doesn't see, MicroStrategy just giving up
Nah, hell no.
based off of it.
This
Yeah.
isn't even a MicroStrategy thing, right? Like MicroStrategy is the face of it, but you need to be aware that this was a shot across the bow to all digital asset treasury companies. It's pointed at MicroStrategy because they're the biggest, but MicroStrategy has Michael Saylor, right? Strategy is going to be fine whether they're listed on an index or not. But the 75th digital asset treasury company that just opened their DAT and has big plans of making it onto on an index, and they might not, right? Like their shareholders might be like, "Hey, that was a good experiment, good try, but if we can never be listed on an index, this isn't worth it." So yeah, it's pointed at MicroStrategy, but it's really a warning to all the other digital asset companies. Don't think that you're gonna get so big that you're gonna take over, right? Think of it like this, and I don't like to make excuses for legacy, but think of it like this. Imagine 20 years from now. Imagine if this doesn't happen, treasury companies become a thing. 20 years from now, the Mag 7 are all Bitcoin treasury companies. Right? Cool. Now, what happens during the bear market to the S&P? They can't have that. They're not asked. They don't want the volatility there. Like we're bringing volatility to them, and they're like, "Bro, this is an index. We're here because we don't want the volatility, right? We want steady gains. If we don't stop this now, then we know what happens. Bitcoin treasury companies get bigger in market cap. They become top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and then a bear market comes, and everybody's screwed for a year." Remember, the stock market drops during the bear, but it doesn't drop 70% like Bitcoin does, right?
Yeah.
So I think that they're trying to avoid that. At least that's the cover story. And then behind the scenes, they're trying to shake Michael Saylor out of his Bitcoin.
Now, do you think do you think that the market will adjust ahead of time in a healthy way, or do you think that could potentially create a much more bearish scenario that they're targeting MicroStrategies specific, or that they're going after MicroStrategies who's not going to give up, but the implications of all these other companies that maybe are not as about it could actually end up causing a bigger dip in price, or do you think we've already
Look at the
made the
chart.
adjustment fully?
It's already being priced in. Remember, people are trading MicroStrategy under the guise that A, Bitcoin will go up, but B, it's on an index, and funds have automatic buys that they make, right? Passive inflows because of it being in a fund. If it's not in the fund, and that's part of your calculation for why you want to hold it, then you're selling off, right? That's why my MicroStrategy short did so well. But I took this MicroStrategy short way before the MSCI shit even came up. Like that shit was literally frosting and sprinkles on top of my trade. It was the most amazing timing ever. Little to do with me, more to do with luck, but I'll take it. So, yeah, I mean, is it going to shake some institutional investors? Yeah. Is it going to shake anybody that invests in MicroStrategy because of Bitcoin? Probably not.
Well, and so that more I was saying like that could it have a larger effect on Bitcoin sentiment, at least in the short term,
Oh, I
right?
don't.
Like
I mean, I don't think
touching
so.
the
Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Bitcoin's already been under attack so often, man. We know how they feel over there on the side already. Like we just spent 3 years dealing with Legacy trying to destroy us, just because BlackRock is here. Now remember BlackRock, Jamie Dimon's number 2. So what we're seeing is a fight between the two largest sort of asset fund managers. Well, 3, 1, 2, and 3. Because Vanguard just joined. Vanguard said we're in. So that's 1 and 2 already in. Jamie Dimon missed the boat. Jamie Dimon missed the Bitcoin boat. He then jumped in heavy on the Ethereum ETF boat and it didn't do shit. So I think my guy's a little salty, honestly.
Yeah. And actually, so I kind of see this as like, even like no matter what happens, like I kind of feel like if the regulation or if they get taken off the index, right? I actually think I might be bullish because all I see from that is that someone is then going to see an opportunity to create either to create a company that functions in essentially the same manner, but is within the confines of that
Yeah.
that rule set.
It could be
that
bullish for
then is
Ethereum or
probably
it could be
really
bullish for Solana. Let's think of it like this. The rule says you can't have 50% of your market cap come directly from one asset, right? 70% of MicroStrategy's market cap comes from its Bitcoin value. I'm not saying MicroStrategy will do this, but let's say another company. Right? Let's say a company a little further down the line, it's about 70% of their market cap is Bitcoin value. But what if they split it into Bitcoin and Ethereum? What if now it's only 45% Bitcoin and 35% Ethereum? Right, so there is a way to get underneath the guideline. It's not just crypto. I mean, it's one specific asset. So they might have to double up, right? They might have to add assets to bring themselves underneath that threshold.
Well, so potentially, actually, then that would be kind of like a trigger for a really good alt season, right?
If it happened like that, yeah. But that's like pure speculation right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Dbloc.
Mm-hmm.
I want to look at a chart.
What is it?
Total 3 ES divided by mags.
Yeah, not the best year, huh?
Weekly time frame.
Yeah.
It's a range.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a massive range. It's an oscillator.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And we're at the dead bottom of it, man. I feel like that's that could signal a risk on risk off to risk on type of thing.
The one that I like is the Russell and others. So, Russell is basically others for legacy, right? It's their altcoin index, for lack of a better term. Let me do it like this. Let me add others.
Others divided by Russell or Russell divided by others?
Nah, just Russell and look at that divergence.
Yeah.
Usually, let me put it on log. Usually we follow pretty closely. Right? And when we do have deviations, they tend to catch up.
Yeah, they meet back up.
Mm.
Have you ever heard Benjamin Cohen talk about what he calls the jaws of liquidity?
Probably.
This is what that kind of reminds me of. I think that he was comparing the S&P to Bitcoin and watching how like their paths were diverging, where Bitcoin was going down but the S&P was going up, and he said that naturally what typically happens is eventually one slows down and the other one catches up to the point where they start to like sort of touch each other again, for
Yeah.
lack of better terms. And then that's sort of like I guess a correction in and of itself. But he was kind of trying to illustrate it by saying that liquidity will come out of the S&P and find its way into Bitcoin, and Bitcoin will start to outperform S&P, but only for certain periods of time.
What I wanna point out here more than the catch up is, so if you notice, the catch up is right here, right? So not only does it catch up, but the Russell waits for it to catch up before it starts to drop. Yeah. Again, here you had another deviation. Right? The Russell waits. And here, small drop on the top, on the peak. So if we are going to come up, I would expect the Russell to keep pushing or to consolidate until we catch up, and then that's when we'd have to worry about it rolling over.
So the thing is with this though is that like these are both like the most high risk categories for each asset class.
Yeah, that's what you're tracking basically, is risk appetite.
But
so
yeah,
we
so
see
exactly,
the
so
risk appetite, we just don't see it here yet, but it's there. Right? When you don't, when the
Right.
Russell isn't moving, you're like, okay, there's just no risk appetite. The Russell's moving and you're not, there's risk appetite. You're just deemed too risky at the moment. And usually all it takes is 1 or 2 green daily candles to switch that mentality.
Well, that's why I figured, like, looking at the total 3 ES versus mags, it's like you're looking at the most high risk versus the lowest risk. You know what I'm saying? So like it's the performance of the highest risk against the asset class that, or the assets that are in the low risk category.
Yeah, it's like BTC
So
others, or others BTC chart.
yeah, if they're bottoming out, if that chart's bottoming out, that would insinuate that like altcoins are undervalued, right? And
Yeah.
like would you say altcoins are undervalued right now?
Well, yeah, but they're cheap. I don't know about how undervalued they are, because that depends on what we're doing here, but they're definitely cheap. Problem is that inexpensive and undervalued are 2 different things. You know?
Well, what are your thoughts on BTC dominance on the macro at this point?
I think that if we make a run towards that 108, that we're going to pop up again on down one last time. I don't see how we don't.
But do you think it's macro bearish? Like, you think the cycle high is in? Because if you look at the last cycle, dominance got destroyed, but crypto kept going up.
Yeah. There's no way to judge it right now. We're either going to get above 98, which will be our first sign that a continuation is even possible. Then getting above 108, that SR flip is what opens up the idea of a new all-time high. Until then, I am in rescue ship territory. 1000%, like I've been telling everybody. Right here.
Well,
As long as we're in these ranges, between these 2 SRs, everything that happens in this range is a rescue ship, and it'll be treated as such. Meaning I'm not taking any drawdowns, taking profits, securing stops, all of that good stuff. Once we can get above 104, 108, then that opens up the possibility for a rocket ship. Thinking about this rocket ship before we've broken that is irresponsible, in my opinion, and get people into trouble.
Okay, but say it is over, and say it's just a rescue ship. It could be the moment we've been waiting for, like the rotation, right? It's like it's almost on razor's edge, because even though the Bitcoin 4-year cycle is supposed to be over, like due to like the time frame, right? The 4-year time frame. I don't think there's anything really stopping us from having an alt season. Like,
Well,
like
if
how can we rule that out?
Ethereum, because Ethereum needs to outperform. If Ethereum doesn't outperform Bitcoin, there's no alt season.
All right, so how are we looking on ETH BTC then?
It's looking all right. It's looking decent. I'll take a look at it right now. But like I said, my two levels are 98. That brings us above the 50 EMA on the weekly, and then 104 to 108. But if that's it, that's it. And traditionally, alts will run 3 weeks, 3 to 6 weeks after Bitcoin tops, right? Within 3 to 6 weeks. And that gives us, we're already, we're what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks, 7, 8, 9 weeks. Now, that whole idea of alt season coming after Bitcoin tops is true, but it's true when there's euphoria here. When Bitcoin starts to top out and there's still leftover euphoria and people are still buying tops and people are still shooting for the moon, and this is just a quick relief before we take off to 200K, right? That's when alts go crazy. But without euphoria, how do you have blow off tops? Which is why I said I'm concentrating on institutions. The only people I know for sure that have money on hand and have desire to keep pumping this are institutions. If the institutions do their job and pump my bags, the only bags that they're interested in, the ETFs, if they can pump these ETFs and they can pump Ethereum and they can pump Bitcoin, then retail will come in. Not until then. And then I'll worry about taking some money out of these projects and putting them in something that retail would like. But it makes no sense to put all my money in ice cream when the kids aren't at the store. You know, it's nothing but adults. So I'm putting my money in the steaks and grown up shit. And then
some stiff drinks.
Yeah. Then if the kids come in, then we'll worry about catering to them. But as of right now, if anybody's gonna pump your bags, it's gonna be the institutions. You need to make sure that the coins that you're holding are on their radar, at the very least. Remember, these aren't people that just go into their pocket and buy shit. Like, they need to be approved by the board to spend. Right? The board's not gonna let you go all in on Pengu. Well, actually, Pengu has an ETF.
No, it doesn't.
Gee, I swear to God. Or at least it has a
You're
listing.
lying.
It has an application.
Oh my God. Oh, okay. It's just an application.
Yeah, but I mean, even
Well,
then, that's
still,
better than something that's not
wild.
even on a radar, right? Like,
But that's wild.
and if they are successful, right? If retail, I mean, if Legacy is successful with pumping this and sort of bringing euphoria and bringing retail in, you are not going to convince retail in 1 month's time. You're not going to teach them how to jump on a DEX, open a hot wallet, and buy the shit coin that you've been holding on to. They're going to the exchange. They're going to buy the cheapest thing on their exchange. So again,
Right,
once we're done
the time it's
catering to retail, I mean, once we're done catering to institutions by holding the ETFs and the coins they're interested in, when retail comes in, we have to cater to them by holding the things that are easily accessible to them. And that means shit that's listed on Coinbase, shit that's listed on Crypto.com, shit that's listed on Robinhood, shit that's listed on Binance.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that they don't learn how to use DeFi wallets, because that way I can buy the stuff on DeFi before it gets listed on the exchange. When it gets listed on the exchange, I'm already way up.
Yeah. There's just not enough.
That's been
There's
the
just
idea.
not enough time to educate retail right now into getting shit that's not easily. Yeah.
But they'll buy it if it's there.
They'll buy cheapest anything, Ghost. Anything that's on the exchange, bro. They're going to filter it by cheapest to most expensive, and they're gonna buy the thing with the most zeros on it in front of it, 9 times out of 10. Because imagine if it does what Bitcoin did, we'll be rich.
So, this might be way convoluted, but I did Dixie minus BTC divided by WM2 and S times the household debt to GDP minus the U.S. Debt to GDP divided by Bitcoin dominance.
What are you trying to see? What exactly are you trying to figure out?
Sorry, I think I got lost on the way. What
Yeah,
I'm
I was.
trying to figure out is yeah. This is my first time really playing with the math.
Nah, it's cool. It's cool. Just make sure that there's a piece of information that you're trying to glean from it, or else it can, like you said, it can get convoluted. Give me a second. I'll
So
be right
what
back.
I'm trying to glean is essentially, yeah, you can do your thing. Is looking at the dollar.
One more time?
So it's in parentheses DXY minus BTC divided by WM2. Sorry, WM2 and
Sorry, what DXY divided by?
no DXY.
That's where you lost
minus
me because you're dividing it by the asset sheet.
Yeah, I think I was trying to think of basically as money's coming in. Well, yeah, I guess that doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to look at is I'm trying to look at basically the rate at which Bitcoin is degrading the dollar versus actually no, I don't want I want it versus the rate at maybe I should do those separately. So I was trying to think of how to do it so that I can look at GDP, but I was looking at that, and then sorry, go ahead.
When you divide something, you're tracking the performance of one asset against another.
Yeah,
So
so that's
like
versus.
so the first symbol divided by the second symbol, you want to see if the first symbol is either outperforming or underperforming the second symbol by looking at if it's making higher highs and higher lows, lower highs, lower lows, or any other bullish or bearish signals.
Yeah, I have to reformulate
I find it
what
kind
I'm.
of difficult to like put that many divisions into like a into an equation. I try to keep it to just one. Like I'll add and subtract from like things like I could have multiples of those in the equation, but I try to keep it to just one division. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and you know what? I could have made this whole thing a lot simpler if I because I could do two equations and then compare those two equations, right?
Yeah.
Because that's really what I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see the rate at which the dollar is losing value versus Bitcoin, and the rate at which the debt is increasing versus GDP. What was I doing? Bitcoin dominance.
Well, the first step is
dominance.
just Bitcoin divided by Dixie.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Bitcoin divided by DXY would help with that, but the DXY is being compared to like five or six other fiat currencies? So
Yeah,
it's
but
really
I
just
mean
like
that's
the dollar dominance.
That's what you want, basically. That's what.
Yeah, I think that's as close as you could get, really.
I'll be right back, yo. I gotta go
Unless
pick something up. Hold on.
you do Bitcoin divided by U.S. inflation rate.
Yeah, I guess that works, right? Because it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter what the valuation of Dixie is, that if you're not factoring for the inflation rate, right? I guess it does. You're comparing it to other assets, so but you could look at it a little more directly that way. So let's try.
Well, if you were to look at Bitcoin, I'm only imagining it, but if you were to look at Bitcoin divided by U.S. inflation rate, I would assume that what it would give you is a chart that shows that Bitcoin is gaining value faster than inflation is going up, right?
Well, inflation going up means the dollar is. Oh yeah. So what you're talking about there is you'd be looking at basically your purchasing power of the dollar over time versus the rate of increase in value of Bitcoin.
Yeah, is your purchasing power better preserved in Bitcoin or the dollar?
Got it. Well, and so what I was trying to compare was like that actually kind of tracks for what I'm trying to compare, because what I'm trying to compare is that versus the rate at which our debt is increasing to GDP, which is essentially giving me another way to look at as how
Well, it's also still a similar, but also a different dynamic. The dollar, the way it's printed, is different than our output or production or input and output of our country on a whole or higher level too. So we got to like also focus on that as well. If you really look at it, you know that guy called Crown Crypto. Hi guys, do you know that guy called Crown Crypto? You ever heard of him before? He put out a video the other day of 18 countries that have gone through their dollar depreciation, where it literally rised and rose. Like, it was incredible the way he actually explained it. He goes into full detail of when it started and how much like their currency was worth, and then it went up like in 1 month, or in like literally per day, the prices of bread would double. And he explains it extremely well. You guys know who I'm talking about? Chris Crown, like Crown Crypto. You know the guy I'm talking about? He put out a fantastic video like yesterday about all of the currencies that have ever failed on the surface of this planet over the course of time. And it's incredible if you watch it. It explains it. You will learn more than anything the words you're even asking right now. It's really cool.
Well, I guess GDP is not the best moniker, and but what
it's
is
how
a
it's a
good
simplistic different plan though. It's how they can print money, but it's what a country can produce is kind of what you're saying too. But it's just weird once they can't produce things, how they go to instantly attempting to print money and then it falls apart. Last ones were like Venezuela.
I think I
or
can help you
directly
figure this out.
value of a country's asset in terms of like the health of a country's economy. So I know GDP is not the best of that, right?
What are you looking at? Debt to GDP ratio? Is that what you're trying to incorporate into the equation? Debt to GDP ratio?
Debt to GDP ratio times output is what I think we should really analyze it with. Do they put anything out? Or are they just going into debt?
He's trying to construct a chart with a really specific equation.
I mean, the two things that we put in there was pretty simple. That creates a line.
So,
I mean, we got to put like another y equals mx plus b, whereas across y.
So are you trying to find out how well the performance of how well Bitcoin is maintaining your purchasing power versus the rate of the is it outpacing debt to GDP ratio? Is it something like that you're trying to figure out? Hold. Did we lose him? Did we lose me?
Oh no, I muted myself. My bad. So what I really want is I want to see basically like your potential for accumulation of Bitcoin, and therefore like accumulation of wealth, right? At a rate faster um than traditional
GDP.
right? But I want to compare that against basically what I see as the decline in sustainability of uh, traditional financial markets, but specifically within the U.S. Right? So because I think, right, like the way I see it is that like if you were not the 1%, it is, and even so, I think at some point it becomes unsustainable. The way we've been running things, and I feel like there's a chart that will show that. Like there's an equation that'll show that pretty directly, that the dollar is successful now, but that there are, like, I'm trying to find the cracks in the dollar through that chart and compare the rate of maybe it's like the decrease in the price of the dollar versus the increase in debt, and then compare that to that BTC divided by Dixie, or BTC divided by, well, what did you say? US inflation rate would be a good
Yes.
one. Yeah. So yeah, we'll do. Should I do the year over year for that? I think so.
Yeah, USIRYY.
Copy. Yeah, that's what I was seeing. All right.
So
So
look at, are you okay? So first off,
okay.
you're gonna, if you simply just put the symbol BTC, it's gonna give you the market cap divided by the inflation rate. So what you want
So
to
I
do,
wanted
what you want to get is the performance of BTC. So you do BTC USD divided by USIRYY.
to copy that. Yes. Yeah. All right. And then I'm gonna compare in another equation. I'm just trying to, like, cause I've never really played with the equations too much, because as you can tell, I understand the idea, but I don't understand, like, I don't exactly know, like, it doesn't just make sense. It's not intuitive to me
So
yet. You know what I mean?
this chart,
Sorry.
like, the basic idea of it. So if Bitcoin, so the first symbol is Bitcoin's performance against the US dollar, which is losing value. So that's already part of the equation, because Bitcoin's being compared to USD already in that first symbol, right? So you already have Bitcoin outperforming USD, but then when you divide it by the inflation rate, what it shows is how much more quickly Bitcoin, like, is the performance of Bitcoin versus the dollar outpacing how high or fast inflation is rising. And so once you got the equation down, you can see that pretty much ever since the bear market lows, December of 2022, we've been putting in higher highs and higher lows, like, for, like, pretty much the entire time it's been above the 50 weekly EMA. We just recently lost the 50 weekly EMA, and we put in a relative equal low at what is read here as 27,000. You got that same number. The high, the high of the chart, 48,767, and the current price, 30,457.
Yeah, I have 30,444. My high though goes up to 103, and that's during that's COVID. That's like the COVID spike.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, I was just talking about this cycle, but yeah, 104,066 is what I got for a high. But I'm
Yeah. I have
just talking about,
like, yeah, 48K, something like that. If that's what you're talking about, this cycle.
yeah, just this cycle, it's like around 48K.
Yeah.
Which, that's not really a price. That's just like a number to represent where the chart is at. So we came down. So we've been making higher highs and higher lows on the weekly, like the macro weekly chart, for the entire cycle, except for the October 13th, like October, like, hold on. Yeah, the week of October 13th, you close the first weekly candle below the 50 weekly EMA. And after that, we proceeded to make an equal low, a relative equal low. Actually, that might be a lower low. Hold on. Yeah, it's a lower low. So we made a lower low the week of November 17th, which was a few weeks ago now, like almost 3 weeks ago, I think, or just about 3 weeks ago. And during that week, this chart made a lower low, which means basically, the BTC is not outperforming the dollar as fast as inflation is dropping. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what? And I was just thinking another way I could do this too is comparing this chart against the value of gold versus USD, right? Or I mean, yeah, versus USD, because gold
All
is
right,
kind of
so
like seen as our before prior to Bitcoin, right? That was like the traditional store store value, right? That everybody runs
yeah.
to, and I correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like it's been said that when money transfers into gold, that's generally a sign of people people feeling that things are unstable in the market, or unstable in their like actual environment, like wars going on and stuff like that, right? No, I'm sorry.
Like they go into low risk assets, but like in
Oh yeah. So you know,
times of
I'm
turmoil.
yeah. I guess that would only really give me spikes during those times. So never mind.
Well, what you can do is you can put the symbol, the existing symbol that you already have. Go up to the ticker box, just click on it so that it brings up the symbol search thing. Don't erase the symbol. Just put parentheses around it. And then after the second parentheses, do / and then divided by gold. Then type in gold, and gold US dollar per ounce will come up by TVC. And just click on that and then hit enter. And that should give you the chart that you're looking for, I think. Parentheses BTC USD divided by U. That's US. Wait, what is it? USIRYY. BTC USD so parentheses BTC USD divided by USIRYY parentheses / divided by gold dollar per ounce, and then enter.
Potentially, so now that I'm comparing these two, right? I can they're pretty similar, but I can kind of see this actually gives me a pretty decent idea of when people were losing sentiment on the dollar, and like I guess where people felt the dollar was versus where people felt gold was versus Bitcoin's performance against the U.S. inflation rate. So that's pretty cool. Starting a little bit. So I mean, a lot of this is like I also just don't know a lot of the economic charts. I've explored a bit, and I track a few of them, but I'm like still learning how all of that works and what are the best things to look at. I guess
Well, I mean,
to derive the information I'm trying to derive in a moment.
yeah, I mean, with the equations and trying to figure out whether like one asset or metric is outperforming another, like I feel like I've overcomplicated it too soon, and that like I have realized I had to step back and keep the equation simple until I got more practice with it, basically, because you're trying to throw a lot of different things into the mix. Like some of them are tradable assets, some of them are like metrics or data released by the Fed. Some of it is like economic ratios, like so, like some of it, like gold, which is a precious metal or commodity or whatever.
Like if
So
I'm
I mean,
not understanding,
you're throwing a lot into
sorry.
the mix.
Yeah. You know what's interesting though, I will say what I was looking at originally when I was trying to come up with that equation that I had a minute ago was actually almost mirroring I can't remember which chart it was that you were looking on the weekly where it was a giant range.
Oh, that's total 3 ES divided by MAGS. So MAGS is the Brownhill ETF for the Magnificent Seven, which is basically like the 7 top heaviest, like they're the heaviest weighted stocks in the S&P index. So the top 7 heaviest weighted stocks in the S&P index is the Magnificent Seven, and the Roundhill ETF tracks the performance of those 7 stocks. So it's an ETF that's based off of the performance of how all those 7 stocks perform together, like collaboratively, So how the best stocks are performing in collaboration versus or the like those stocks, them being the like basically the they're kind of more important because the S&P gives more weight to them, right? They're more heavily weighted in the index. So because of that, they're considered low risk. So in a risk-off environment like quantitative tightening, most people are going to flee to safety, and some of them find safety in gold or whatever, or oil even. But some people, or a lot of people, I think the majority of the people, when they flock to safety, they go to these bigger businesses that are in the S&P that are essentially too big to fail, right? Like when people are fearful, but they still need to put their money somewhere, they're going to dump it into something that they know is going to be around in 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20 years, That's a risk off environment, which is what we've been in, right, for the past couple of years, quantitative tightening. So if the altcoins, basically total 3 ES is basically just the market cap of the altcoins. So what that chart shows is that the highest risk asset, which we're on a risk off, and the altcoins are risk on, or risk on asset. So that chart looking like it's bottoming out sort of symbolizes the idea that high risk or low risk assets are outperforming high risk assets, and that if there's a reversal from the bottom of that chart, then we should, and we shift from quantitative tightening to quantitative easing, and we go from a risk off environment to a risk on environment, then theoretically that chart should start to go up, and that would mean that altcoins are starting to outperform the Magnificent Seven, which would insinuate that people are selling the Magnificent Seven stocks, right? They're low risk stocks. They're selling out of that and going into more high risk, more speculative assets like altcoins.
Let's go.
So that's what I'm trying to keep an eye out for. So I'm looking at that chart for any signs or signals of potential reversal, because that's where in order to get the alt season, the liquidity has to come from somewhere.
It's from somewhere, is right.
And the only
I'm waiting for it, darn it.
The only effing things that have been performing that we can extract that liquidity from is the Magnificent Seven, right?
Yes, sir.
So I would be expecting people to take profit on the Magnificent Seven, and then if they want to go risk on, eventually that money finds its way into altcoins. And the chart that I mentioned, total 3 ES divided by.
They're gonna scooch it in there somewhere.
Go up.
Yep, they're gonna scooch that money in there from one market to the other, and it's gonna be funny as to see where we see it coming into and going into the market, but then how it's fluidly moving through it. We'll see. Hopefully it
So
actually
that
happens. We're predicting this, but it hasn't happened. This is just a forecast. You know?
the
We're
cool
trying.
part is that chart doesn't just have a bottom; it has a top. So there's the bottom of the range which we're at right now, and it's since both assets have existed at the same time. Every time it reaches this point, it reverses and turns around and goes back to the top of the range. So essentially, getting back to the top of the range would mean we can sort of pinpoint what the top of the altcoin market is going to be at the end of the alt season that we're anticipating is about to arrive. You get what I'm saying? If we bottom out here and this chart starts to go up, it's at 8.07 billion right now. Or that's the bottom of the range, sorry. It's not where it's at right now, but that's the bottom of the range, right? And then we're basically right there. The top of the range is 16.75 billion. So if we get the alt season, we'll know we're gonna have a really good idea as to where it's gonna top out. Because we have this extra metric now. It seems like it's worked twice. All right, it's worked twice so far. So let's see if it works the third time. I don't know. It's not the last time it went to the top, came down to the bottom, and revisited the top was in a much shorter period of time than has already transpired since the last time it hit the top. But that just means it's overdue, right?
Expectations are one thing. Hopes and beliefs and a list of things we could just say, but you know what I mean.
Look, right now it's just hopium. But when
Yeah,
this
that's a
chart,
good one. I like that. Hopium. That's a good one.
when this chart starts to show some bullish signals, it's going to be more than just hopium. It's going to be data.
I just don't feel like we really reached like a top of a bull market where people were just like absolutely super excited. What's the E word, or what's, you know, when people are
Euphoria?
Yeah, like a euphoria type thing. I don't think we truly hit that. It's only people holding a couple Bitcoin have been holding on to that sucker when they actually should have bought the darn thing. Well, you know
I
what I
don't know.
mean?
I mean,
The
I
rest
never
of the
felt the
market fell
euphoria.
apart. As soon as Trump stepped into office, you look at altcoins, dude, they got devastated. Since
Yeah,
just before the end of last year, bro, things were pumping. Like this time of year when Trump was like, "Whoa, doing the thing," like won the election, about to be elected, you know what I mean, type thing. Like, I don't know, there was all kinds of stuff that were. But we
I don't
all
know.
had
I haven't
speculation it
felt.
was going to rip up and pass that. We all thought that was just the beginning, and here it comes, right? Never realized that was the plateau. And I guess the correct word that I mean about it is plateau. We all reached up to that point, and we're like, oh, here's a plateau, but we expected to climb higher. And after that, it kind of descended, and there wasn't any higher elevation that we got to.
It was
On
different in last
altcoins,
cycle because the previous
Bitcoin,
cycle the previous cycle was much more parabolic, right? But
Bitcoin picked the right path. Bitcoin had money coming into it.
The last cycle, right? That was much more parabolic, so it's understandable why it seemed like the last cycle was more euphoric. But that's not necessarily a good thing because it crashed really hard
Exactly, you're
afterward,
right.
and
You're right.
people got wrecked. But as we're going up in this cycle, even though it's not quite as parabolic, like not even nearly as much, but it's stair stepping. It's building level by level, and that's good. These consolidations, even though they take a long time and they're kind of like boring, they're important because we're building structural levels of support, meaning that when we do come down and retrace, we're not just going to crash right through every level.
I think they're getting people
There's
scared,
going to
and
be
they're getting
spots.
people to sell out and expecting it's going to truly fall down way lower, and they might just like kind of swoop off, and then it kind of takes off, and then
That's
all
what a
those people
shakeout is.
buy back in because they what do we call it? FOMO. Like, not kidding you.
Yeah.
This thing
Well,
took off
that's what
from
happens.
right where
People
we're at
capitulate.
back up to 120 overnight. people would capitulate out of their undies over it. You know what I mean? It'd be like,
that's
talk
what happens
to their
when
neighbor about it. It's like, wait a sec,
when you're
why didn't you do this when we were just down our 80? Cuz wait, what? Wait, what?
when you build levels of support with those consolidations, you build levels of support. You have reference points where you can expect the price to bounce. Now, what you're talking about there, that's exactly what a shakeout is. What they do is they kill sentiment, they get people to capitulate and sell their coins for cheap so that the people that are spreading
Yep.
the FUD can buy them.
It's
Because
all on
the people that
TV. It
the people that
scares
are
them.
buying them, they want to buy them as cheap as they can, so they're obviously going to try to send the price down.
That's what
But
I'm jumping in
they
my
wouldn't be
undies.
buying
I get
unless
all
they thought
excited
that
when things are cheap. When
Joe,
things
when
are like,
people are talking, you should wait for them to finish talking so that you can start talking.
I apologize.
And then they'll do the same, right? You see how when
Alright,
you're
WB,
talking,
I
everybody shuts
apologize.
up and listens, and then they wait till you finish, and then they start?
No, I apologize. Everybody knows me over years. I apologize, Dbloc.
All right, Joe. Thanks, Dbloc. I kind of lost my train of thought. Not gonna lie.
I'm
But we
dealing
have
with
so yeah,
this
shakeout.
hooligan. Look at this shit. You want to see something funny? Look at this guy. Anything look familiar about this channel?
Oh wow.
Can you report that
He's
really
ripping up.
quickly with YouTube? Like
I already
how
did.
you have like some
And I jumped in yeah, his channel looks great. Wish I would have thought of that. Dude literally
I
has
think it looks
he has an
great because it looks
AI.
just like somebody else's.
He has an AI strong enough to change the words, but didn't bother doing the whole thing.
Oh,
I was like, bro, I'll give
break
you a
down.
prompt. Do you need a prompt? I'll write you a prompt, bro. And then
Expect
he's got the
Master to
nerve to
have
have turn 5K to 50,000.
2 more days, I believe.
Like, you're not
That's
gonna
probably
put
the
that shit
only
on
thing
me.
he did is added those couple text right there. Increase 5 to 50. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, you guys can go let them know how you feel about it if you want. They're live right now.
Yeah.
Mods
I'll
keep
go
deleting my
record 'em, too.
messages.
I wish you knew where we lived.
So just to land the plane, I guess. When a shakeout happens, right? It's people intentionally trying to drop the price so that the scared people sell their coins at low prices so that the
Good
powers that
sir.
be
They
can
always
buy them.
they also have what
Because they want to buy cheap coins, right? But to buy cheap,
stock market
once they buy
trade
the cheap coins,
Woony, I think Woony's got everybody muted. Woony, can you hear
oh
us?
jeez. Yeah.
Woony thinks he's talking to himself. He thinks nobody's talking.
Well, my question is, if there's a shakeout and the powers that be are trying to buy coins cheap, why would they buy unless they thought the price was going to go up? Why would they buy? Yeah, like what would be the point in buying unless they thought the prices were going higher?
It's best to keep it simple, bro. If people,
well.
if it wasn't supposed to go up, then why all the large orders? Not the money that tends to just throw money down the drain. You know what I mean? Like,
And why is there a ton of FUD happening at the same time?
bro, when we got Tether FUD the other day, I was like, that's it. I just bought. I didn't even look at the chart.
Bottom.
But we had Tether FUD, China banned Bitcoin again FUD, MicroStrategy selling Bitcoin. This is all on the same day.
Okay, so having considered these things, if Bitcoin's done and it's maxed out for the cycle, and then we put in a lower high, that's not going to do wonders for sentiment. However, Legacy has been getting awfully interested in altcoins lately. Canary has a Litecoin ETF that's actively being traded. They also have an Hbar ETF that's actively being traded. Grayscale has a Chainlink Trust that's actively being traded. And I think that they're going to convert that to the ETF just like they did with their Bitcoin, their Grayscale Bitcoin Trust. They converted theirs over to the ETF when they made GBTC.
After selling off first. Let's not forget that part.
Well,
after dumping the market.
BlackRock needed to buy from somebody, and they had the largest supply, so they made a deal. That's what I think happened anyway. I'm not privy to it. I'm not privy to that type of information. It's above my pay grade, but that's what I assume happened.
Possible. Because they definitely didn't learn their lesson with the ETH one. Problem is, when the ETF came out, their fees were the highest of any. So automatically people sold off the fund and went to BlackRock. And then when they dropped the ETF one, they did exactly the same thing. They dropped a low fee structure, but it was on the mini. So you still had to sell your ETH just to get to the mini. It was like automatic sell pressure. I don't know who's running the ship over there, but
the other conundrum is chart technicals are bearish, right? But like throwing all kinds of bearish signals, like end of cycle type signals.
yes
But
and no. Yes and no. Yes and no. Because we just went over a bunch of metrics where we're literally at the pivot point where historically this is where the dead cat bounce comes in. Now, can it just break down? Yeah, of course. Like we could have a historical anomaly. But yeah, everything is screaming that this next move would more than likely just be a dead cat bounce.
So yeah, that's like what the technicals are implying. But the fundamentals couldn't be more different. Like they're the exact opposite. Like we're coming out of a state of tight monetary policy. We're going into quantitative easing, risk on. We're getting liquidity inflows. Like liquidity is becoming more readily available. Inflation's not a problem at the moment. We've they're starting to cut interest rates, so money's going to be more readily available to borrow, and that really only means one thing, that we're transitioning into a risk on environment. So why the hell are people so bearish? Like not on Bitcoin specifically, but on risk assets.
Been a long ride. I mean, seasonality calls for caution at this point. Right? We can't be too mad about that. And remember, a lot of these metrics that we're talking about aren't things that other people really pay attention to, bro. I said this the other day when I was talking about 4-year cycle. Like, you know me, I'm like a 4-year cycle disciple. Like, I had people come in here telling me I didn't understand the 4-year cycle because I was still looking for highs. Like, bro, you got to understand, like, it's not hard, fast, die hard rule that just can never be broken, right? But if you don't understand what controls the 4-year cycle, what drives the 4-year cycle, all you know is that it starts at this date and it ends at this date, then you've seen every metric you need to see, right? It got to the date. That's it. Nothing else can be questioned. Not really. Right? It's not so black and white.
They're going to try to keep it simple, and it's going to blow up in their face. That's what I'm predicting.
The best way for me to put it is like what I've been saying. My 4-year cycle trade is over. Right? These buys or these de-risks on the 9th and the 31st on Halloween, right? This was me exiting my 4-year cycle trade. Any trade from now until we actually capitulate, right, is a liquidity trade. This is me trading the excess liquidity that's left in the pipe. Right? The liquidity was on, the faucet was on, and the government shut down, and they basically grabbed the garden hose and they pinched it. And they held it pinched for 40 days. Right? So even if somebody turns the water off, even if somebody turns off the faucet before they let go of the pinch, that water that's in the pipes needs to come out. Right? There's trapped liquidity. Yeah, there's trapped liquidity that's already in the market that was just stuck behind pipelines, right? So that's what I'm trading until that liquidity dries up and until I start seeing some of those metrics then. But it's not like, well, you're counter trading the 4-year cycle. No, I'm not. I'm a trader. My trading doesn't stop when the 4-year cycle completes. My trading, even if this was the top for Bitcoin, I will be trading all the way down and all the way back up and all the way down. I think
get better as it goes down.
I think the part that messes people up is that they want a hard, fast answer. Is it over or not? Will there be another all-time high or not? Right? Well, if you were here during this time, then you understand how impossible it was to call that all-time high, right? This dead cat bounce was what we were waiting for. It was very similar. We had dropped 50%, still no dead cat bounce. Bro, we were accumulating in these ranges like crazy, waiting for the dead cat. And then the dead cat came.
Like hell.
And a lot of people TP'd out because they considered this to just be a dead cat. And then futures came in and we got a slight all-time high. Right? So we have recent memory of it being possible. The only difference is that this was a little bit earlier in the cycle. But even though it was earlier in the cycle, it was about the same amount of liquidity that we have now. Right? That excess liquidity from that parabolic move up that hadn't really come out of the system yet.
There's also a few bullish catalysts in there as well. But
yeah,
it stands to reason that the macro cycle play is over, and this is where the speculative phase begins for higher risk
100%.
assets.
The only problem is usually this speculative phase, we focus on alts. Right? Bitcoin's already done its thing. Now it's like, oh, what metaverse project is going to pump what, right? That's how it was during that last one. This is that phase. Except all the speculation is going towards, will Bitcoin make another all-time high? Will the ETFs get accepted? Will ETH make another all-time high?
I think the focus is in the wrong places. Right? I think the rotation is pending because people are still so indecisive about whether or not Bitcoin's topped out or not. But does it really matter in the long run, all things considered?
Nah, they were screaming.
Dbloc.
They were screaming for it higher. At that 100K was the target when we topped out at 69. As soon as we faked out that dead cat bounce, everybody was at 100K in their mind. That's why it was so. That's why it was so like detrimental, right?
Dbloc, remember that night?
We were 1,000% positive.
You had your first blood diamond that came through. Remember that?
On the weekly,
you had your first blood diamond that came through, and you're like, "Uh-oh, wait a second." And then after that, you came up with this wonderful estimate of where it was going to come down to. Remember that, Tucker? And you kind of like straddled it over, thinking it was going to come down to 13, and it was just like mind blowing watching it, and it came all the way down through it. It was like, bro, it's one of the best, most absolute, right on the money predictions across like the entire world. Nobody else properly did it and expected it.
No,
It was
other
just
people,
funny
other
how it
people,
happened.
other people called it, but it's just people that are looking at the same things. Like you have to
But we
respect
were
the cycle.
all there that day. We were all there those days watching it, hoping it was going to go from 15.5 down to 13 something. Drew was on there. That sucker's going to $1,000.
So,
You know
what else? You know what else is kind of difficult to look past is the fact that right before or as we were dropping from the all-time high, JP Morgan comes out with that FUD hit piece on MicroStrategy and the other Bitcoin treasury companies. And then when we start to bottom out, they turn around and so they draw attention to something that happened months prior, or whatever. I don't know if it was months, but like it was at least weeks prior to when they brought it back into attention. They reiterated it for what purpose? Oh, the price was dropping. Let's drop some FUD. All right, a job done. They when we start to find a bottom now, like J.P. Morgan and Van Eck and stuff are starting to say good things about Bitcoin. And they're supporting they're gonna, like, there's a bunch of banks that are now trying to offer their own leveraged products on Bitcoin.
BlackRock did the same thing. Go listen to how Fink was talking about BlackRock, and I mean how Fink was talking about Bitcoin in 19 and 2020. I think he called it an index of money laundering was the exact terminology. He said Bitcoin is an index of money laundering. Right as they were filling up.
So the latest from JP Morgan, they dropped a profoundly informative article stating that they now believe that Bitcoin could potentially reach $170,000. Granted, the largest whales don't sell and more people start buying.
Duh. I think it could hit $1 million if the largest whales don't sell and people just keep buying.
Like in
that's
a
some
nutshell,
top-notch TA right there.
Right.
Hey, as long as nobody sells, guys, sky's the limit.
So you mean to tell me you think that if
That's
large
pretty sound
holders don't sell,
fundamentals right there.
Yeah.
what's up, Rick? So
Oh,
you mean to tell
yo.
me that
Uh,
if large holders don't sell and a bunch of people start buying, the price is gonna go up? Why didn't I think of that before?
That's why
That's
they
what
make
I've
the
been
big
saying,
bucks,
man.
bro. That's why they make the big
Everybody,
bucks over there at JP Morgan.
everybody's complaining about the price going down, but everybody keeps selling. Whatever.
What's going on, Rick?
just put on your resume that you know how a MACD and an RSI work, and then you'll get
You're
like the
in,
top
bro.
job at JP Morgan. You'll be like the top analyst.
Bro, I'll be real. I'll be real with you. If you walk into any of these trading firms and you can get them 15% month over month, they
Hey,
will walk you right into the corner office, bro. They will
hey.
sit you right in that corner office and let you go to work.
Nice.
Rick, remember that time you were like, "Hey guys, I think that I have the most foolproof TA ever." He's like, I've got the best TA that there is, right? And just look at my chart." And you posted a screenshot in general, and you showed like a line going up, a line going down, and a line going to the right. You were like,
Oh
"I think it's
yeah,
gonna do one of these three things.
yeah. You can't. Yeah, that's right. It
It's
can't go
either gonna go
backwards.
up, down, or
That's
sideways."
I'm pretty sure it's not going backwards as long as it goes, yeah, somewhere to the right. Yeah.
Look at our
Oh yeah.
look at our fear and greed on a big scale. Hold on, let me turn this off. Like,
An arrow up,
Yeah.
an arrow down, an arrow sideways. I think it's gonna do one of
how
these.
could we not?
Here's the tricky thing, man. I've seen people with like very high credibility and lots of experience. They're considered pros and gurus. I've seen them get it both right and wrong, and I've also seen people with a couple months of experience get it right and also get it wrong. So it's like if anyone's capable of being wrong or right, really, in the grand scheme of things,
Well,
it's like
just know,
yeah,
Rick, whether it
I don't
goes
know.
up, down, or whether it goes up, down, or sideways, you called it back in 2021.
As long as you
Yeah,
keep calling it eventually. As long as you don't attach a time or a date to it, you
yeah.
just ride it out until you're right, I guess. Problem that I don't understand is like, I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but I'd much rather be rich than right.
Yeah, I'm in that
Unless
camp too.
being right somehow pads your pockets like you're selling something, you know what I mean? And like, you need to be right or people won't buy the product that you're selling, I guess. But I'd rather be rich than right. I would love to have somebody come in and convince me that my TA is wrong and save me some money. Are you shitting me?
The problem for me
Happily.
is that I feel the same way. It's just the problem is that one of them happens more often than the other.
So let's look at this fear and greed for a second, because I've been seeing arguments on Twitter about this, and I want to get this right, at least here. So argument for bulls is, bro, we're in extreme fear. Extreme fear is always a good opportunity. Argument for bears is, yeah, but we go into extreme fear when we go into bear markets as well, right? And we remain in extreme fear for a while. Both are true, except for one thing, right? We'll look at the bull market, fear and greed first, right? Fear and greed touches extreme greed, price goes up. Touches extreme greed, price goes up. Touches extreme greed, that's what we're waiting for. Bull market, right? So let's go to the bear market. They're right. In the bear market, you will get extreme greed levels, right? But typically, you get those extreme greed levels right when you're going to have a dead cat bounce or right when you're going to have a relief rally, right? So this relief rally was 35%. Yeah, we got fear and greed at 0, and it still continued to go down. But it did mark the relief rally. Here again, we continue to go down, but it marked the relief rally of almost a 2x, right? Here again, even if you took it from here, you didn't catch the first one. 48%. Right? This one was the one that ended up kind of falling out, but this was FTX. Say we're in extreme greed, FTX collapses, maybe you don't get that relief, right? Maybe it continues to drag down into fear. But for the most part, even during that big collapse that we had, right, when we touched, that was the bottom. Did we stay in the bottom for a while? Yeah. Did it eventually recover? Yeah. Right? Every time. Some people, some long-term traders, investors, literally just buy extreme fear. And they sell extreme greed. They don't worry about watching the charts and doing all that shit.
Yeah.
They don't care.
It's a fairly sound method. Yeah.
Yeah, they just want to get the average of the trade, the average of the
Yeah.
move. Doesn't matter if it's the very
Anything-
top, doesn't matter if it's the very bottom, as long as they took the
Yeah.
chunk of the trade.
Yep. Anything that gets you an in and an out, sweet. That's a win. Doesn't matter
No,
about
here-
everything else.
Yep.
It's too
And
bad.
and then you
Yeah.
can go refining that, right? Like let's say that's how you
Yeah.
start. Cool. Now you learn about your stochastics, or you learn about liquidity, and now you're able to maybe see before that fear hits, or and then you fine tune
Yeah.
it. Now your exits and your entries are getting a little better, and then eventually you got a system that works for you.
Yeah. Good swings.
So the thing that I like kind of don't with fear and greed, right? So the lows, like the extreme fear, they typically end up being pretty good bottoms. But the extreme greed doesn't always mark the top. You know what I mean?
Not the very top, but it'll mark a local top.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll only sell I'll go in heavy at extreme fear, but I will only sell a portion of my position when we hit extreme greed because more often than not there's a higher high coming in, but that ends up typically being a local top like you said.
Yeah.
So you should take profit cuz by then you're undoubtedly in the profit.
Like
And
if we
whenever you
look at
broke
our
taking profit.
extreme greed hits here, right? You had one hit into extreme greed very shortly, and it gave you that top at 70 at what was that, 112, and then you had another hit here, extreme greed, and it continued, right? But you got the chunk of it, right?
So look at that next high.
If that's where you TP'd, let's just look at it like this: if you were playing that game, and that's where you TP'd, then you missed out on wrong tool. You missed out on 17% from the top. But you also were not in the game during 1010, which probably makes up for all of that shit.
Yeah, you also missed a 35% dump.
You also missed the 35% dump, yeah. And there was nothing stopping you from, buying neutral, right? Because fear and greed came all the way down basically to fear. Actually, no, I take it back. We almost came all the
we're
way
in
down
neutral
to
that whole time.
Yeah, we almost came all the way down to extreme greed here. And then again here, we hit extreme greed, right? So if you bought, you were underwater maybe for a little. This extreme greed was the very bottom, and then you had a little bit of turn up.
So real quick, just while we're on the topic here, see that high, the high that you were pointing out before, the example of extreme greed, the first one.
23.
So do you see? Yeah. So you see how the next high in price produced a lower high on fear and greed?
Yeah.
So that's a higher price, lower high on fear and greed. That's a bearish divergence. And then if you look again at the next all-time high, it happened again. You made another lower high on fear and greed, but the price made a higher high. So that's two consecutive bearish divergences.
Yeah.
The signals are there. I can't lie and say that they weren't, but I also can't lie and say that I was paying attention to them. very.
That's
very
also an
intensely
issue
when the time was
sometimes.
happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I like to keep it as mechanical as possible, and that way it helps me keep emotion out of it. right? So I have a checklist of mechanical sort of confluences that I look for when it's time to really just sit on my heels versus take on some risk. And I just can't. It's impossible for me to not take on risk when we're sitting in extreme fear. It's just one of my rules. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't have ridiculously tight stops, right? And playing it very defensively. I'm not just YOLO full port balls to the wall because we're in extreme fear. Because we've seen it drop down even lower. Right? But for the most part, I'd much rather be in a situation where I'm DCing defensively here than up here.
That's why I call you Dr. Dbloc. You always teach us stuff, bro. That's why I always called you Dr. Dbloc, bro. Thank you for teaching us as
Joe.
much stuff as you do, man. On so many levels.
I missed you, Joe.
So I think there's only one of two. Like, there's really only two ways to go about it successfully. Either you have really tight risk management, or you have to have like an extremely high risk tolerance. Because if you're gonna buy and you're not willing to like have really tight risk management and cut a loss immediately and try again later, then you better understand that you shouldn't go all in on that one buy, and if you're not gonna sell it for a loss, then try to go heavier on the next buy if it goes down. You know, like
The way I'm
having a
doing
high
it,
high
the way
risk
I'm
tolerance
doing it
like
is
that.
I'm taking on risk, but like I said, I'm doing it defensively, right? Meaning, so as long as we are in this range, as long as we're in this rescue ship range, I'm fading all rallies, right? I'm playing every pop as if that could be the final pop. But I'm also playing every higher low as if that's the beginning of the relief rally. Right? So I'm not missing out on any up moves, but I'm not getting married to any moves up and taking a loss just hoping that it holds that higher low. Right? Because I'm well aware that if the rescue ship gets away from me and starts to wander too low, kaboom. So I need to make sure that I'm on it.
I'm doing something pretty similar, but I mean, like, I think we're just in that awkward phase where, like, the jury is still out, kind of, and people are confused as to like how they should act and how they should trade. And the other thing is that there's just this enormous bear flag that's staring us in the face and scaring the shit out of people. So it's hard to gather optimism.
They'll be all right, man. You know, I've started to worry a little bit less. The more I convince myself that institutions are going to be what pop us, I worry a little bit less about what the natives are feeling. Because every retail trader that doesn't get convinced is going to keep going, it will be forced to buy higher. And honestly, we kind of need that. You know what I mean?
The later they pivot. Yeah, the later they pivot, the better it is for us, honestly.
Yeah. So, like I said, Joe, in the Discord, in the rules, it's like crypto's PvP, right? In here, it's us against them, but outside of here, you know,
The free for all.
yeah.
Have we ever looked at like crypto like cards? You know how like I mean when you hold like a certain currency, or a certain coin, it's not like you got double aces or like a pair of kings or something. It's really tough because like we kind of play it like a pair of cards and you put in this or you feel it's at the right time and it's just really weird how it's like kind of played, but it's almost in the same action.
Well, it's like Hold'em. If you don't pay to see the flop,
Yep.
right, then you're just out of the game. But the flop could have been the cards you needed to win the hand. So sometimes you got to pay to see the flop. You got, not to be cliche, but you know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Right?
Yeah.
But your stop loss is what you pay to see the next card. The good thing is in crypto, you get to decide what that is. Right? Somebody else can't just raise you and like. Well, I mean, I guess they could. If price goes up and you haven't taken your position, and your stop loss is bigger, and it's basically the trader before you raising you before the flop.
Raising you right before the flop, yep. Makes perfect sense. It's just
If I
crazy.
can, if I can take,
Hopefully, all those traders and all those people that bet on all these like NFL games and all these people that have like been, I feel like so much money has gone to that market of people like betting on games and all this stuff. I feel like eventually it's gonna like dry up and weasel out, and they're like, "Hey, let's go over this way," and all that money's gonna head into the market.
I don't know,
Hopefully,
bro. People are betting on cricket and shit. Like it's not like
they bet
this
on
seasons
everything.
are gonna
They
matter.
bet on
Even if it's
traffic.
not
It's
football
like what,
season or basketball season, there's gonna be something to bet on.
dude? There's things
They're
that bet
betting
on
on
weather,
what the
weather
weather
and
is going to be like
traffic.
tomorrow.
I'm like,
There's
what?
people that are betting on if Taylor Swift is going to drop a new song this month.
Hmm. And those people consider themselves experts on Taylor Swift, and they know absolutely nothing about crypto.
I just wish they
So
understood about crypto.
if you considered yourself a Taylor Swift expert and you could bet on something having to do with Taylor Swift, and you know absolutely nothing about crypto, where are you more likely to put, right? If you consider yourself a sports expert or a politics expert or a economy expert, whatever, like you're more likely to go bet on Polymarket than learn a brand new thing over here in crypto.
That's
I
that's
think
where
we
you have
just
the
gotta
edge.
Yeah, exactly. Like
That's
why?
where they have
I
an
don't
edge.
even blame them. They feel like they have an edge there, and it's funny because when you watch the Kashi commercial, it's exactly what it says. It's like it's literally my thesis on the whole thing.
But we also have to look at the avenues in which they're actually receiving that. They received that before they even heard about the crypto market, probably, you know.
Well,
So
they
it's a
heard
whole
about the
different
crypto market. They came in and we wrecked them.
marketing avenue, you know.
Look, they
You
came
know,
in. They came in at the beginning of crypto when things started going big. Our first retail wave was when all of the high market cap shit was popping. They came in and they got rugged by VCs. Then they left. Then we said, hey, come back, come back, come back. We got memes now. You know memes, right? You're on social media. You know what memes are cool. You've got an edge here. Trade memes. They came and traded memes and we wrecked them on memes. They said, screw this shit, bro. I'm going to go vote on if Trump is going to say something crazy or if the Dolphins are going to win. I'm not playing this game with these people no more.
Yeah.
And I can't say I blame them. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
And with the stuff that's like you can't tell the future when it comes to like the outcome of like a football game, let's say. But
You feel
if
like you
you are
can.
betting on,
If you're a fan, you
yeah,
feel like you can. You feel like you have an edge there.
Yeah, but it's basically the same probability as us doing technical analysis. You're betting on the probabilities. The most, what do you say? Bet with the most probable and
Yeah.
hedge against the possible. Yeah, so they're not doing anything better than us. But the people that are betting on if Taylor Swift is going to drop a new song this month or not, if somebody has insider information about that, they'll make a killing because
Poly
it's
market's
a
where
sure thing.
insiders play, bro. Poly market has monetized insider information. If you think about it, right? If you have insider information in any industry, right, and you can't buy stocks because you know you're gonna get caught doing that because you have insider information. There's certain rules, but you can go on Poly market and place a bet. If you're on Trump's media team and you have access to tweets before tweets come out, there's nothing stopping you from jumping on Poly market and making a bet. If you're on
Reminds me of the
the
movie
if
Wall
you're
Street.
if you're on the Nobel Prize committee and you know a week in advance who's going to win the Nobel Prize, you could have made a shit ton of money on Poly market legally, right?
I was thinking the same thing, Rick, and I'm saying like basically in a nutshell, fixed gambling has expanded far beyond just financial markets, ladies and gentlemen.
Nah, it's crazy, bro. Prediction markets are huge, and I can foresee them being bigger by market cap than crypto eventually, because it's just more appealing to more people.
Now you can even pick who's going to be Time Person of the Year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We got all types of shit on there, bro. I didn't realize how big the sports section was on Poly market. Right, I think they said 460 mil a month is coming in on the political side. That's like this. Take that for a second. 460 mil a month, but their sports betting side is closer to 650, 700.
So
that's money that could have bought alts. You know what I mean? Like already in crypto. That's what you needed to
Here,
be on poly. So
here's my biggest problem with it. The fact that there is insider information that's being utilized, like that is a liquidity suck. Like they're draining liquidity from people that otherwise would have put liquidity in this market. You know what I mean? They're the people that are the insiders that have all the info, they're making a killing stealing money from people that don't have the info. Those people lose their money and then they don't have that money to put into their investments. You know?
well, the question is the people that win, right? Because if they're just putting all their gains into Bitcoin, then it comes full circle anyways.
No different than the market makers here.
So Dbloc, quick heads up, you're running on 11 hours.
Yeah. One more hour and we'll reset. I'll reset it before bed.
Did you want to touch on BTC, ETH divided by BTC?
Yeah, let's look at that.
I feel like Brave would get your charts to load faster.
This is not my chart. This is a very simple chart, but basically this is what I'm thinking. Let me find the other one though. So this is my trade. It's still active. I haven't removed it. And we're looking to see if we hold. This retracement is right to the 0.5, right? Or 50% retracement basically. And now we're looking for a continuation. But what I'm looking for is, no, is this not on the? I'm looking for ETH BTC is a move up to the top of this range. I don't think we break that uptrend. If we break this uptrend, it's ETH BTC higher high. I mean, it's ETH higher high. The alt season, mythical alt season everybody wants lives outside of this.
So what are the bullish signals that we're looking for to confirm that the macro has flipped?
Structure more than anything. Go to the
Moving
weekly.
average reclaims
If we
probably
go
is a
to
good
the
one too.
weekly, and if we look at RSI, right, very similar to our bottom here, where we came up and came back down and then came up one last time to put in our last high. Right, popped up. I mean, honestly, if you want to look at the first pop, it was this one. But if we look at right around where we are, if we just draw a line across from where we are, which is that line that's there on the chart, right? The last time we were here, basically did what we did here. This is where we came up, came back down, and then popped one last time. That small pop on RSI, though, gave us our tops. And then it was sort of downhill from there. So that's one of the main things that I'm watching. But for this to happen, Bitcoin needs to run. And Bitcoin needs to consolidate while dominance takes a shit. And then we're just going to have to watch these guys. That is if you look at like total 3, So even that move down that we had on ETH never brought us down to those bottoms. Right, which means excluding COVID, that would be the range that we look at going into the future.
Ben Cohen wants it to go in that box so bad.
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with them. It would have been clean if it happened. But I think eventually the cream is going to rise to the top, and alts aren't going to lose as much against Bitcoin going forward because of diminished returns. Even with the crazy amount of altcoins that we have, 37 million right now on paper.
Well, if the memes and the shit coins got flushed, then the winners are probably looking for somewhere to put their gains, right? So, well, why not speculate on like some of the more concrete like utility projects?
That's why I said
things
if
that have a
there's
narrative.
no institutional narrative, there's no reason, in my opinion, to look at it right now. Even if you've got great utility, if there's no institutions looking, if there hasn't been any meetings with the board about acquiring, if there isn't any interest, not even an application for an ETF or being traded on CME or any way for them to touch it without getting their hands dirty, like, retail, and actually going and pressing the green button on the app, it's not going to happen.
So
or at least
when you said
not to
earlier-
the level that that we want. Right?
So when you said earlier, you were giving the analogy of the residual water inside of the hose that was being pinched. Okay, so can we equate that same analogy to the idea of some altcoins have gotten like crazy unlocks this year? Like, and people like, VCs or seed investors, whatever, have been just dumping the crap out of it. Those happening this year, like it seems like a lot of them are doing the majority of their token unlocks or have already done them this year, or they're planning on finishing up like at the beginning of next year. So if there's like some seller exhaustion, like don't you think that, like, sort of the same sort of analogy applies? Like the people that had tokens locked up, like that liquidity is going to show up eventually once they get a hold of it.
I mean, if they want to, if they want to sell it, I mean, when a token unlocks, you don't tend to just buy more of the token unless it's low, right? The move on an unlock is usually to sell off. That's why you want those unlocks to come in during the bear market. Like a good project will do the majority of their unlocks during a bear market and literally help you get cheaper prices. You know what I mean? Nobody's mad when they do it during a bear market. But if you do it during a bull market and you kill a pump, then now everybody hates you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Jasmin.
Scumbag, you
Jasmin's a
rotold us.
perfect example. Jasmin absolutely murdered their supply during the bear market. It was great. They dropped that shit all the way down to almost nothing. And that's one of the reasons that we got a 17x out of it, because
it was
beat
ripped
up
up
so
so
bad.
bad before everything else too. It ripped before everything else too.
But there has to
because
be
it's so
there has
diluted.
to be people there to buy it. In other words, if you can answer that question, no matter what alt it is, okay, let's say there's seller exhaustion, but we're the buyers though. If there's volume, right? If you see the trading volume going up per day, if you see the number of holders increasing, right? These are signs that you can see that there's some mindshare there, that people actually care. We've gotten tests every time there's a drop. Every time Bitcoin drops 10% and alts drop 15%. That's a mindshare test. Did your alt recover? How did it recover? Did it recover quickly? Did it recover slowly? Is it still sitting on the drop? when it got cheap, did people jump to buy it, or did they just look at it like, meh? So that's why it's dangerous, in my opinion, to do the old school sort of thinking right now of, oh, look at how low this is. Imagine if it goes up. Instead, I think you should look at it like, look at how low this is after most alts 20 and 30% it off the bottom. Why didn't anybody buy this? Are they waiting to buy it? Is there something coming up? Maybe they're waiting to buy it at a certain time. Is there, or is it just a ghost town? Right? When you go on their Twitter, is it a ghost town? Is it 90% people complaining in the comments? Or are they putting rocket ships and listing incoming, and is there hype there? Right? Or are you the only one looking at this coin still?
Yep, that's it.
Well, so I guess the theory that I'm trying to illustrate is like those token unlocks. So we've been in a risk off environment, and people's money has been locked up in these projects. So when they finally get those unlocks, they dump that project. Now they have the money, but we're transitioning. So now they're liquid. But we're transitioning into a risk on environment where we're going into quantitative easing. Like it still remains to be seen whether like how soon that's going to happen, but we're transitioning out of risk off. Like that seems to be clear. So I'm thinking these people that after the unlocks they get liquid and they want to get long on something that they think has potential,
It's
but they don't
possible.
want to get locked up again.
I think it's an equal percentage, right? Like of available money people willing to trade, the percentage of people that are willing to go long here, I would imagine it'd probably be the same percentage. If you take everybody that unlocked, there's going to be a percentage of them that thinks it's going to continue. There's going to be a percentage of them that are pissed because the bear market started already and they didn't get their unlock until their coin lost a certain amount. And they'll be disillusioned, right? And then there'll be those that still have hope. Remember, green candles change all of that shit, though. 3 green candles, 4 green candles in a row. Price holding above 100K, all of a sudden everybody's hype again. That's why I think it's interesting that I think there is a very good chance that we top out in euphoria, actually. Even if it's not an all-time high, going from where we are now, from the depths of fear, if this price goes above 110 and holds, we're in euphoria. We will be in euphoria before we even get to all-time highs, I think.
Yeah, even without ATH.
Yeah, and then that's when it gets dangerous, right? Because then you can fulfill both.
But then, I mean, people anticipate that they sell off their Bitcoin and they rotate it into something else that they think has more potential, right? Especially if they see something moving like that has a couple green candles on it already.
I rotated Bitcoin into Ethereum because if Bitcoin goes, in my opinion, Ethereum will go with it. Even if Ethereum doesn't outperform, Ethereum will outperform percentage-wise.
Percentage-wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's solid.
I feel the same way about Sol, but I took a little bit less risk on Sol because without the full Ethereum rotation into all-time highs, I don't think Sol gets the full sort of liquidity injection that we would want. But I also don't want to be scrambling to buy Sol once Ethereum does something crazy and looks like it's going to break into all-time highs, right? So I try to stay one rotation in front. Right, if it's the Bitcoin Ethereum rotation now, then I front run the Sol Doge top 20 rotation. Once that starts to move, then that's when I'll start loading up more on the others. Well, you can tell just by the ETF, I mean the things that I'm holding. Right, so Sol rotation includes Litecoin, includes well, ETH would already be moving by that point, right? So it's ETH, and then in that next rotation is Sol LTC, and then your links, your SUIs. And then Jasmin's just, Jasmin's just got a special place in my heart.
I'm interested in Sui. Are you interested at all in Cardano?
Do I think it'll do well? Yeah. It'll do all right if everything else does all right. But no, I don't think it'll do that much better that I have to diversify into it. I mean, think of it like this, right? At this point, especially, the projects that you're holding, you've got an expected ROI on them. Some of them maybe you think a 1x, some of them maybe you're hoping for a 2x. some of the smaller market cap shit, maybe you're hoping it's a 5x or something, right? But if you got conviction that coin A is gonna 2x, then it kind of hurts you to go into 3 more coins that you think are also gonna 2x. Right? If you're gonna take the risk of that coin not moving, take the risk for a higher ROI. Right? If you've got high conviction in coin A doing that 2x, then I think it makes more sense to have a heavier weight instead of stretching between 5 different coins you think are going to 2x, 3 of them 2x and the other ones don't. You know, or 2 of them 2x and the other ones don't.
Yeah, so it's like you're kind of just like, oh, I hope it does well, but I'm not involved.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like you got to be careful with how many horses you try to back.
Especially now when we see that the money's not being spread out evenly across the entire industry, right? So it's like the obvious boring choices, the ones that we usually ignore because they have less ROI. It's like a balance between less ROI or a more certain ROI. What are you willing? You want to take that risk this late in the game for a higher ROI and you don't get it? Or would you rather sort of ride relatively safely on something that is more than likely to make the move? And even if it doesn't make the move, it will outperform the other coin that you were looking at.
Kind of like the stock market in a way. There's like a handful of things that do all the performance and size, and then the rest of the S&P is like, yeah,
Yeah,
average or not that great.
unfortunately, it's getting that way. But it's the same way. Like, yeah, if tech is hot, you're at the beginning of a tech sector run, and Nvidia is outperforming everything, then you don't really take the risks until Nvidia does its move, and then you go to the catch-up trades. Right? Then you see how everything else is sort of reacting to it. But it's like the Bitcoin trade, right? Like our base trade is that Bitcoin bottom of the cycle to top of the cycle trade. That ROI in that trade, unless the trade that you're taking can get you better return than that, then it really makes no sense to move it.
Yeah.
Back on the mainframe, right?
I am back on the mainframe.
There you go.
And I'm gonna download The Big Short. We
go.
watched Wall Street, the 1987 Michael Douglas, Charlie Sheen movie.
Nice.
Today.
Good movie.
It's fun.
Rick, you
It's
looking at my
fun.
chart? Look
Yeah.
at this.
Yeah.
Look at this guy. Look familiar?
Oh damn! He's following your ingredients, dude. What the
He
hell?
literally stole
Like
my.
How many? He's got
That's
4.2
a light way to put it.
subs.
Yeah, he literally
Dude,
stole
he's
my
completely
thumbnail,
ripped you.
and he's using it
the
for his
hell?
lives.
Dude, could you imagine if he is 100% an AI? Like this isn't even a person. Could you imagine that?
What I don't
That's
like
trippy.
is the title of that shit. Turn 5,000 into 50,000. Like that's the type of shit that's gonna get you
yeah,
banned
what
and
the-
nasty YouTube shit.
hell?
And I just
Yeah, I'm
don't
a
want
contact-
anybody
You found-
confusing our
this?
channel for that bullshit. Oh, somebody in YouTube, somebody in Discord found it and posted it in general.
You could pull a tame and like copyright strike him.
I don't even know if I could. I mean, I already sent him a message. I told him,
Yeah,
look,
it's
bro,
just a
you need me to
thumbnail.
write you a prompt.
Right.
I'll write you a prompt. But I don't want to get YouTube involved. So do the right thing. Right? Don't
Isn't
be a
that
douche.
wild? Oh my god, that's kind of scary, isn't it?
The
It
crazy
feels like
thing
you've
is
been violated.
he has the AI that can change the words, which means that he could do a whole new thing. Like he could literally just
Oh yeah,
he
just
could
be
literally
creative,
put
bro.
this into AI and
Yeah.
say, write me a prompt based on this picture.
And make it look unique.
Yeah.
Like 80% more unique or something. Yeah.
So he's just trying to take advantage of
Oh,
people not
dear.
paying attention and clicking on the thumbnail because we have more motion.
Right.
Like he's
I mean,
got
it's kind of work. It's got us
4,000.
looking at it.
Yeah, he's got
Yeah.
4,000 subs, but none of his videos get more than like 1,000 views. So I
Does
think
he
he's
speak?
just
Like, is there a person there, or
not when I was there. It's some he's using some he's
he's
selling.
just
I'll give
watching
him
charts?
a view.
Yeah.
Oh look, my message is still there.
Just to see.
They deleted one of my messages. I was like, yo, you stole this. Like if you guys want to see where this thumbnail came from, come check out my channel. It's some shit, some scam shit.
It's
He's
nothing's
selling
right.
something.
Nothing's even happening.
He's selling a some sort of bot that does shit for you.
That is so weird, man.
Oh, his thumbnail's different now? Or maybe that's I don't want to like shit on him. Maybe he's just I told him to change
Out
it.
of
If he
ideas.
changed it, then cool.
Yeah.
I appreciate you, Kronos. Yeah, I'm not like I don't want to copy strike somebody. Even if I could, I wouldn't do it. I'd rather have a conversation and be like, hey,
Hey, Dbloc,
yeah.
do you have static muted?
No. Why is he talking? Oh, I might have him turned down. Hold on.
we were laughing about it. We were like, yeah,
He's not muted on the Discord. I just had him turned down. He's probably cursing one night or something. I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, brother. You probably had me muted from 2021, which is completely understandable.
Nah, it was like last week when you were on here, I think. Or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I didn't know you were on YouTube. And then when they told me, I was like, oh, darn it. I won't do that.
I'm just trying to be safe. YouTube is being crazy. They got AI banning channels now, so it's not even like humanly checked anymore. So we got to be easy.
So I was watching that thing. Is that a guy stealing just
He stole
your,
my
like
thumbnail.
thumbnails, or he's
He just stole.
stealing
Nah,
like
he just stole the
your
thumbnail.
words?
I thought it was
Oh,
for
okay,
a second.
just the thumbnail.
I thought he might have been rebroadcasting the stream or something, but nah, he just slapped the thumbnail on his shitty AI bot or whatever it is he's selling.
Well, they say imitation is the greatest form of flattery.
Yeah, I'm not mad at it. It's a pretty
Yeah.
decent thumbnail. I get it.
You've done great, Dbloc.
Speaking of
You've eclipsed my channel, like as in subscribers, and you've done it like with way more like raw effort. Because mine was just the 2021 retail focus on crypto at the time. Mine was nothing dude, nothing, no credit to me. It was just all there was a huge audience there.
A lot of people during that time, yeah.
But you've done it out of this bull. This bull,
How
like
many,
it's impressive.
How many viewers are you up to?
He's up to
Average.
7.08 thousand subscribers.
Yeah, we
which
hit
is
7K not too
That's
long
great.
ago.
In my peak, I was up to 1,500. That's crazy. 7,000 to 8,000. Good job, man.
It's
Yeah.
just
That's
been
awesome.
tough, bro. It's been super dry.
And you're very consistent, Dbloc. That's great. And you put in a lot of hours, man. You deserve it.
Especially in
I
this bull
appreciate
market.
it,
To do
man.
that is impressive. Last bull market would have been
Yeah.
like amateur numbers, but this bull market, those are good numbers.
Yeah. You definitely would be into like the tens of thousands of subs if it was 2021, I think.
I think
Retail.
Ten was
But,
pulling
hey, man.
what, like 34,000 at his peak, but that was 2021. That's a different animal.
Yeah.
And I think he might have started his channel as a gaming channel, which attracts a lot of kids, a lot of teenagers and stuff that play that game. Because his
Dbloc, have you considered a dose to the dollar t-shirt?
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm cool
man.
off that.
Yeah. Way more
Static wants a shirt that
sophistication.
Static wants a shirt that says Dogecoin will never go below 30 cents.
I'm gonna start wearing a t-shirt that says Doge to 4 cents this cycle. Somewhere between a nickel and a penny, I think, is where it's going.
What time is it right now? 1:40.
Don't threaten me with
We're
it.
in Asia's spillover here. So I'm looking at target 2 before bedtime, y'all. 92.6. We just need to pop this 91.7 here. And then our measured move from that double bottom will play out. Crazy little
So-
weekend move, man. Crazy little Sunday move here.
Speaking of which, imitation being the highest form of flattery, I was attempting to explain to both Rick and Static earlier the dynamics of the weekend trap, market maker activity, liquidity sweeps, and all that earlier.
Yep.
Did my best to try to convey it, but I said if there's anything that's still unclear, I recommend asking Dbloc because he's the person I learned this from. And he
Oh,
can
this
probably
shit.
clear anything up better
Shit.
than I can.
We enjoy the edge while we have it, because as soon as CME goes 24/7, it's a wrap for that.
No, I understood how liquidity worked, but the issue was that you were saying market makers are the ones doing that, and they're not. That was the argument.
Well, then the argument became that we have different definitions for what a market maker is based on which instrument you're trading.
I'll be right back.
We
Give me
spent
a second, guys.
3 hours on this topic before we don't have to do it again. Plus, it's 2 in the morning here, and I should have been in bed 2 hours ago, but I'm overtired.
Hey, Static, was that you who argued with Tame about Doge going to 8 cents?
Allegedly. It was a long time ago. But yes. First 25 cents. Then I argued with Drew about 16 cents and then 8 cents. And yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I specifically remember you were arguing with him that it would go to 8 cents. And you were right, though.
I was, yeah.
That's such a static answer.
The bear market never seems possible until it happens for people.
Yeah, it's happening right now. My call is 48K with a wick to 45K on Bitcoin sometime in the next 6 to 12 months. Doge will go to a nickel to a penny, somewhere to fill a gap. And
I'm
I
actually
don't think that well, in 2017 there were what 10,000 alts. Now in 2021 there were 100,000, and now
37 million.
Now there's 30 plus
I would-
million. Exactly, Dbloc.
You know-
And I think that for crypto to really get its footing, we need, and I don't think it's going to come this cycle. Hopefully, a lot of the BFUDs and pumped up fun stuff is going to go away this bear market. And then I'm hoping at the end of the next bear market in 5 years, we will see a .com type of pop that is going to get rid of 99.9% of the stuff in this sphere that is absolutely zero use case. Just a bunch of Pokemon cards
Vaporware.
that grown men gamble on a daily basis.
My
They need to go
argument.
away because every time that somebody is investing $1 into a pumped out fun thing, that is liquidity being stolen from real things like Bitcoin and Ethereum and XRP and whatever. And that's why we haven't seen an alt season, because there's too many options, too many little Discord multiverses with pumped out fun things. You can make an crypto coin in 15 minutes with AI now. And liquidity is way too spread, and we need to get that to go away, like Netscape did.
If you
Because
if you start getting
Go ahead,
into
Drew.
following those sniper wallets, this market will make complete sense, because you see that every single one of those pulls ends up in Bitcoin at the end of the day. And that's why Bitcoin's, I mean, not only reason, obviously, institutional influx and all that. But my argument about the .com pop, the pop that you're talking about, I think the reason that we've avoided it all this time, and we haven't really avoided it if you look at it, but we have a pressure relief valve that goes off every 4 years in crypto, right? Though that 90%, 95% drop that we have on the alts, those are like mini .com pops, right? All the vaporware, all the bullshit, all the, fake ass companies, all the ones that are over leveraged, all the ones that are, naked underneath the surface of the water, all that gets exposed. And then we start fresh. The problem is we started fresh this time with a meme coin machine that just went absolutely crazy. But again, even though there's 37 million coins, 36.5 million are absolutely at zero and have no trading volume. They're just dead. zombie coins, right?
They're
Just
like
dead
$20
dead
now,
in the water.
or like
Yeah.
$100.
You'll look at the
Yeah.
trading volume and there'll be like maybe $1,000 of trading volume, for the month or something.
Yeah, and D, to that point, like some of the even better named ones, Fetcoin, Filecoin, you look at them on weekly charts, I mean, they're in death rattle mode right now. Like, I think Fet and File got like 70% pumps like 3 weeks ago, and everybody's like, alt season's here, baby. But really, if you spread out and look at
Rescue
that weekly
ship.
chart on a zoomed out, it's just
blip.
literally, let's get the dumbest money we can to come into this space right now for exit liquidity as we approach a resistance that was established, was support for 7, 8 years and is now complete resistance. I mean, a lot of these things are on death rattle mode, and I don't think we're going to get an altcoin season. I think we're going to see Bitcoin dominance start to go up to the 70s, especially as institution sovereign wealth, all the these things we keep talking about. I think 2020, 2017, 18 was um, kind of a low liquidity situation where you put $1 million into all the altcoins that existed at the time, and you're moving those altcoins by $10. I'm sorry, $100. In 2021, if you put $1 million into every single altcoin spread out, you would move each coin by $10. And in this last cycle, if you were to put $1 million into every single coin spread out over 30, I thought it was 30 million, but you're telling me it's 37 million. Maybe it
Yeah.
went up over the last month. You would
Every
have
day.
effect changed by 3 cents per coin. And when liquidity gets that spread out over those many options, I don't think you're going to get an alt season until we see a significant amount of these alts go bye-bye.
Add on top of
Well, be
that
careful,
we've been
Static.
in extreme quantitative tightening, so there hasn't even been that million to put in.
Yeah. I'm a big subscriber to the 4-year cycle. I think the 4-year cycle is a serious thing. And I mean, it runs with the business cycle too, but
Not this year.
everybody's like quantitative tightening has ended, right, D? And that means, boom, we're going to the moon. But what
Nope.
people don't realize is that when QT ends, that does not mean that QE is here.
Mm-hmm.
Oftentimes, we go to a net neutral on the balance sheet for the Fed, and you're looking at a gap oftentimes between QT and QE of an average of 6 to 12 months, which kind of aligns with a bear market we could be seeing on a 4-year cycle. The only thing I'll throw out there to you guys, and this is not political, this is just objective reality. If you look at the way Trump operates, and I am not a big fan of the man, but if you look at the way Trump operates, it is not really it's what's good for the goose, not for the gander. And he's the type of guy who will put a lackey into the Bureau of Labor Statistics to give him the numbers he wants to project politically. He's also the type of guy that when Jerome Powell vacates that seat, is going to put in a complete, sycophant lackey who's going to be like, what do you want me to do, boss? You want me to drop rates? Let's go. You want me to put QE in
There's a
February? Let's go.
full point cut coming, guaranteed, in my opinion, with the new guy.
Yeah.
Full point all at once, bam.
I would argue that for Jerome's last, swan song here, everybody's projecting 80%, 90%. He's going to cut rates. I don't know what the man's going to do, honestly, because if you look at the labor market right now, because the Fed has two disciplines that they have to tackle. They have to tackle, obviously, in terms of cost of capital and how that affects economic growth in terms of what businesses are doing, but they also have to protect the labor market. And the labor market, if you look at all these layoffs, I mean, it's horrific. Inflation is coming back up, and a
Drop a
fiscally
full point.
yeah,
If we drop a
fiscally
full point with the new guy,
responsible
we're going up to 7% inflation.
yeah, fiscally responsible Fed, I don't think would be cutting a quarter point in December. So I'm really not sure what he's going to do as his last, swan song here.
What
But I
I
guarantee
want
you, the
to
new guy
happen,
is going to do whatever the hell Trump wants him to do.
what I want to happen versus what I think should happen are two different things.
Yeah.
If I wasn't holding risk assets, my opinion would be completely different.
Well, it's funny you mentioned risk assets because I think the reason, people forget that the reason gold is pumping is because it is literally a risk off asset. People people conflate Bitcoin and gold and go, gold, Bitcoin is the new gold, so it should act just like gold. And what people don't realize is Bitcoin is, I understand there's crypto arguments about how it's a a hedge against inflation, and it's a it's a way to run your money to safety, but really it's still a speculative asset. Gold is not a speculative asset. Gold is a where money flees to safety, to security when they
Gold
don't
was one of my
know.
best trades this year, or for the last 3 years, actually.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
Well, I think you'd agree.
long
Just because
trade.
we've seen pumps in gold doesn't mean we're going to see, a pump in Bitcoin, especially
No,
if you take it all into,
it's
perspective
actually the
of the
opposite.
4-year cycle.
A sell-off in gold would be what would, in my opinion, open up the liquidity for crypto, if there was still an
Agreed.
appetite for risk. But you would have to see it sell off. I've already rotated in the silver. I had that gold trade for 3 years. I rotated in the silver and some Bitcoin. I think metals in general have the possibility of super cycling. You haven't been here, but my overall thesis on why everything has been extended here is that our real estate cycle, 18.6-year cycle, ends in the middle of
18 real estate cycle.
2026.
Yep.
So
That's why I've been renting my home for the last 3 years.
if we're ending in the
I
middle
don't
of
own a home.
2026, and equities and crypto and bonds are supposed to go down at the end of the year, the beginning of the year, I think they're going to try to squeeze it as much as they can. They're going to try to squeeze blood out of this rock and make as much money as they can until real estate takes the dip.
Yep.
And that's why we're seeing them lag on the ISM, right? That's why we're seeing them constrict liquidity, slow down the rails. But it's just a thesis.
Yeah.
What do you
Speaking
guys
of
think
liquidity,
about
people that observe the global liquidity, just keep in mind that global liquidity did, especially if a lot of people like to extend it out 75 days, 90 days, choose your number. People use different numbers. Just remember that even though Bitcoin topped at 126 and global liquidity kept going up, especially if you push it forward 75 to 90 days,
They're reading it
if
wrong.
you look back at every cycle where Bitcoin has collapsed into its bear market, while it was doing that, global liquidity kept going up. So I mean, it works as a near-term goal when you see it shift from a global liquidity shifts from a bottom and comes out of a bottom cycle into a an upward cycle. You can say to yourself, okay, this is a good time to get into Bitcoin. But just because global liquidity kept running past 126K Bitcoin doesn't mean that Bitcoin is going to keep going, because it certainly didn't do that last cycle.
They are reading it wrong, in my opinion. M2
Agreed.
works perfectly, but you have to know what you're doing. Global M2 is what got us out on 9th. M2 is what got us out on the 31st. M2 is what got us in at 74. M2 has called a lot of the liquidity sucks that we've avoided during this run. But you're right, just because M2 continues to go up doesn't mean M2 is spread across all risk and non-risk assets. Right? First step is there liquidity available? Second step is, what asset is that going to go into? Doesn't mean it's going into yours. Just means it's available.
Correct. That's a really good, that's an excellent way to word it. Just because there's liquidity in the world doesn't mean it's going into not your altcoin, my
That's
friend.
our
Not
job
your
as
altcoin.
traders, right? Our job as
The other guy's
traders is to
altcoin.
pick what asset has the most mind share, where the rotation is going. That's our job.
Yeah. Well, Dbloc,
So do
if you're interested, maybe like 2-3 days ago, I posted in your general a PDF. I took the time to create a PDF of the 10. I could have listed 20, but I didn't think people would read it that long. I put 10 reasons why searching for confluence, especially looking back at historical cycles of Bitcoin. I put a 10-point PDF as to why I believe we've entered a bear market based on historical MACDs, Fibonacci's, angular support lines that have extended all the way back to 2013, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'd encourage anybody who's, interested, I guess, to take a look at it. It's in general maybe 3 days ago. And D, if you haven't checked it out, I'd appreciate you to check it out and let me know what you think.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. I had a short list of
I don't-
checklists that we were looking for. I excluded anything on the checklist for the most part that counted on on retail coming in on blow off tops because all of those failed, mostly structural. And yeah, I mean 7 out of my 11 have already failed.
Yep. Yeah, we broke the 50 weekly. Every time we've ever broke a 50 weekly SMA, we have never come back in any previous cycle. It has always, at a minimum come back up to retest, but got rejected. I mean, there's a whole host of reasons. Again, I got 20 plus, but I only put 10 in the PDF.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Give me a second, guys. I'll be
And-
back. I gotta go grab something.
Yeah, I would also recommend anyone who hasn't checked it out.
Damn, I
worth
haven't
the
talked to
read.
Dbloc in 4 years. Keeping in mind that I was only in Thames for, remember Kwai and Rick, we figured this out the other day. It seemed like a lifetime, but I was apparently only there for 2.5 weeks. And
Yeah, like less than a month.
I can tell already. He's a smart MF.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes, he's put in a lot of effort and work and study, and this ain't for fun. He's pretty serious.
No,
about
I
it,
can tell you,
which
he
is good.
speaks the language. He speaks the language.
I told you, bro. He doesn't mess
Yeah.
around.
Nope, I can tell.
Hey,
And
Static, what do you think about T-Gold?
It's mostly stuff I taught him, so I appreciate it.
What do I think
up,
about
bot?
what? What do I think about
T-Gold.
what?
T-Gold.
T-Gold? What the hell is that?
Did you see
Is that your
the
girlfriend's name?
no, the T-Gold, the CZ did the interview with the guy with that sells gold. The tgold.com.
I'll be honest with you. I'll save you guys time. I don't give a crap. I don't care what Arthur Hayes or Tom Lee or Willie Woo or Michael Saylor or CZ or any of these characters have to say. I do
Insert
not
talking
care.
head here.
I do not care. I could care less what any of them think about anything. Half of them are lying half the time. I mean, classic story, Michael Burry, the great shorter, I think a year or two ago, he tweeted sell. And everybody's like, oh my God, it's the big short guy, Michael Burry. We all got to sell. And then the market dipped slightly and then took off to the upside. And then his quarter 4 or quarter 3, I don't remember, sheets that he has to file, legally, revealed that apparently while he was tweeting sell, he was longing everything. So
There you go.
and now you got Tom Lee out here apparently at the Bitcoin conference a week ago or whatever it was, saying that he thinks that Ethereum is going to go to $62,000 in a couple of months. Are we on YouTube?
yes.
Okay, then I won't say what I would be willing to do to Tom Lee if it ever went to $62,000. But yeah, no, these people are. I don't believe any of them. I do not believe anything any of these people have to say. And I was saying in the other group earlier today, right, Kwai? I was saying, would you rather be right or would you rather be rich? And a lot of these people, you got to remember, these influencers, they will steer you in one direction so they can make money in another direction. They don't care. And the funny part, Arthur Hayes, I looked this up, has been wrong 16 times out of 20 times over the last 8 years on his projections of what would or wouldn't happen. And people still listen to this guy because they see it on YouTube. Tom Lee has never been right about anything, like ever, ever. He has never a single time since the beginning of crypto correctly called a number. Yet 3 days ago, a video gets posted about him saying Ethereum's going to $62,000 in a couple of months, and it's disseminating all over the internet. I really could care less. Even Anthony Scaramucci or Pompliano, I could care less what it is. What does the chart say? What does the chart say we're doing? Where are we going? What does the chart say? Because the chart is the language. The
I
only
mean,
one
the
I
only
believe
thing.
in this space is Kwai, to be honest. If Kwai says we're going somewhere, I'm like, okay, Kwai, I'm listening.
I'd be flattered if I thought you were serious.
Watch out for those threats to Tom Lee. He might actually like what you had to say.
Oh, you probably would.
The only thing you can't see on a chart is a fundamental catalyst that is yet to happen, and that's impossible to predict. It's like it's in the realm
Well, that
of
would be a
like a
violation
black
of
swan.
space-time. Unless
Well,
you,
I don't know.
unless you're Marty McFly and Doc Brown, I'm not
There,
sure how you're doing that.
no, there are some people out there that allegedly have some sort of ESP or like is like special.
Yeah.
All of our
Some
flux
sort of a
capacitors are rusty.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
that highlights a real point, man. That highlights a real point. This ESP and future like clairvoyancy, these would be the richest people on earth, I think. To be able to see ahead and see outcomes, they would be
Probably a
like,
better lesson to pull from
it's
that, Rick.
wow.
These black swan events, it's funny, like you always read stories later about how like right before Trump tweeted this, or so and so did this, or Nancy Pelosi did this. They're making moves and you're not, because you don't have the information or the manipulation abilities. Think about the president of the United States is doing corruption in your face. He doesn't care anymore. He's doing it in real time. I'll pardon this guy. I'll tweet that. I'll start a crypto company. I'll have the Saudis back it. I mean, he's literally just doing it in front of your face. And you're right. To your point, Kwai, I don't know what somebody's going to tweet tomorrow. And so the lesson to be learned about that is not to try and predict whether a bearish move or a bullish move is going to happen. The lesson to learn from that is to just remember that anything can happen in a news cycle on any given day, and to trade accordingly. And what that means is risk management. It's not about putting your entire bag in one position, because anything, you could wake up and it could be the wrong tweet, or the wrong breaking news, or a war breaks out. So proper risk management is using small percentages of your total bag, to make moves and build slowly. Don't try and get rich overnight. Try and get rich over time.
Yeah, I mean, you can have a bias, but I think part of risk management is understanding and accepting that anything could happen in the market at any time, and being like, okay, so what's the most probable? What do I think is the most probable scenario? Okay, that's what I'm going to build my bias off of. But if I'm wrong, there's also I could potentially see this scenario playing out, and if that happens, I'm going to change my strategy and do it this way. Now I see this other third strategy. Now I see this other third scenario that could also play out, but I have a plan for what happens if that occurs as well. So being able to identify multiple different scenarios and then have a plan for each of them, like I feel like that is, it's not bulletproof, but it's a form of risk management in and of itself. Just like understanding what is possible and having a plan no matter what happens.
Yeah, I mean, but you got to pick a side, right?
Well, not necessarily. You can have a bias and then still hedge against it in case you're wrong.
Yeah, you can
And
protect yourself with options. You can go long and then put some puts on some options to compensate in case you're wrong. I mean, that's one way to do it. I don't do it that way. I don't waste my time with that.
I feel like if you open a position and it's specifically meant to hedge against your bias, then you should use really tight risk management. Like, be willing to cut that position very soon if it doesn't play out. You know what I mean? You minimize your losses that way. But also, a lot of times we get here in crypto, we get thrown for a loop, and there's crazy volatility for what seems like no reason.
I don't want to always make you feel like I'm disagreeing with you, but the way I trade is I don't necessarily cut my losses right away, because a lot of times, if you lose a support, it will come back and retest that support as resistance, and then you can get out. I think a lot of times people panic sell, panic buy, panic, FOMO works both ways. When it's going up, everybody chases the green can. Not everybody, but unexperienced traders will chase the green candles. And when it's going red, people will freak out and panic sell. And the trick is just to just look at the charts and look at this, support and resistance and, what the charts are telling you. And if you're in a position where you feel the need to panic sell, then you're using too much money.
I feel
You're
like
using too
that's
much
less
of your
of a.
total bankroll,
I feel like that was
Don't
less of a
you
disagreement and more of a matter of preference.
don't you love
Do what works for
the
you. I guess.
clarity? Don't you just love the clarity that the 200 daily simple moving average gives you? It's just so, it's like you're either on that side or you're on this side. You're above it or you're below it. And right now we're below it. We're not above it. So that is not bullish. You know what I mean?
Thanks, Rick.
Yeah, isn't that beautiful? We keep it nice and simple.
The daily
Yeah.
or the weekly?
The daily 200 simple moving average.
All right, good. Don't wait for the weekly,
Yeah.
because if you wait for the weekly, you're going to be 75 grand from the top.
Yeah.
That would be bad.
Well,
because
yeah.
when we get down around 200 on the weekly, we're basically at the bottom.
Right.
Plus or minus,
I
plus or
mean,
minus 10 grand.
yeah, the weeklies are, yeah.
Also, Static, I also just want to say that
I love you too,
I
Clark.
would.
This sounds like the
wasn't
start
gonna
of
say that, but
some massive confession.
I know, right?
yeah,
That's what it
but yeah,
sounded
but
like.
yeah,
That's
so,
why I was like, all
but
right,
yeah.
if we're putting our cards on the table, let's go.
Yeah, you're getting down on one knee, or what's going on?
No,
I would. You better get down on 2 knees, not one.
I was trying to figure out how to word this. I would much prefer you to disagree with me than for you to kiss my ass out of pity or something.
Well, good. That's not going to happen. I don't do that for anybody.
Yep. There is nothing wrong with healthy opposition, man. That's what keeps us away from the echo chamber. You don't want to find yourself in an echo chamber. You want, yes, healthy and respectful debate back and forth.
He thinks I
And
get mad
that is
because
beautiful.
he thinks I get mad at him when we disagree. No, I want to hear the opposition. I
All
want
right.
to know if there's something
Let's
that
save.
I've overlooked.
Let's save the therapy sessions for Turbo's Lounge. This is not
All
the
right.
appropriate venue. This is a serious, unlike that other place, this is a serious traders lounge, all right? These people are trying to
Yeah,
make money.
I actually let my hair down in turbo. Like I'm a head case, to be honest. But I am composed. Like I do try to be, just, yeah, you got to behave yourself. You got to be mature and measured and logical as best you can. That's it. Keep it on track. Keep it together.
And here I try to keep you guys from cursing. If we hung out outside of here, you would have to try to keep me out of jail.
I know. I think I
It's a different person. It's a different person outside.
I think I did good, right?
Yeah.
I said a little euphemism for Tom Lee without describing it. I used MF instead of what I wanted to say. I think I've done good.
Yeah.
I even went to a holy cow.
Yeah.
Look, guys,
I'm doing all
our
right.
little menace is growing up.
Yeah, right.
Right. It's beautiful. Yeah. Well, it's going to be an interesting closeout to the year. You know what was beautiful about 2022 is that it literally, the bear market was kind of all said and done by the 31st of December. Like it was like you could literally flip a switch and go bull as the 1st of January 2023. It was that like calendar centric. So I do wonder if, the flip of the calendar will do something.
October 6th
You
was
know?
to the day.
Yeah.
Dbloc, you're
Okay.
coming up on 12 hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna reset before bed. I'm waiting for it to click over. This was a good
You know,
stream. We covered a lot of shit, so I want to save this one.
I was looking in your, I popped on your YouTube a few seconds ago here, D, and looking in the chat. Just want to address this. A couple of people are like, I guess, disagreeing with what I said about Trump, and then somebody backed me up and said, you know, if you think Trump is going to have a guy get in there and not drop the interest rates, like you're out of your mind. Like this is not a political thing I'm bringing up here. Like it's not a right left, you know, whatever the left right issues are. I mean, it's just objective reality that if you want to work for Trump in any capacity, he's proven this time and time again, you basically gotta, you know, toe the line and do what he wants you to do, whether it's a right decision or a wrong decision. It's his decision. And he's been yelling at Jerome Powell. It's all over the news, you know, lambasting the guy every time he can, you know, get in front of a microphone, that he thinks Jerome Powell's an idiot.